All right, we are live, everybody. Hello. If you don't know me, my name is Mark, and I'm known on YouTube as True Poker Dealer. I have helped teach thousands of people to be casino poker dealers over the last decade, and I've been in the industry since 2007. And today's a special day. First of all, I am joined today by the lovely Nancy. Nancy, can you just say hi to everybody for a second and introduce
Hi.
yourself before we talk about what we're going to be getting into today?
Hi. I'm Nancy Bernstein, and I'm a poker dealer and poker player, and have worked around up and down the East Coast and a bit in Vegas and played in California, and I'm currently near the Cherokee Casino in North Carolina.
Well, I appreciate you introducing yourself and saying hi to everybody. And we're going to have a really great day today on this live stream. First of all, your experience, this is True Poker Dealer, where we teach people to be poker dealers. And that's something that you have a passion for, right? That your time in the industry has definitely led toward. And you and I have discussed the idea of you helping do some one-on-ones with people, where my schedule is somewhat limited and all that. So I just want to mention that right now. Nancy is here, and she might be in your home on your computer one day helping you learn one-on-one through True Poker Dealer, which is a really cool thing that I'm excited to start working with you in that way. And today, what we're going to be going over is something that I'm particularly excited about. So this is a little two-parter today. We're going to start it out answering an email question on a topic that's really helpful for people to gain perspective on. That has to do with enforcing the rules in strict casinos versus not strict casinos. And we're going to be specifically talking about some of the booby traps that come with like the 50% or more for unclear bets rule in No Limit and some of that stuff. And then, just like the title says, we are going to dive into I'm going to actually pull up the live stream video that I dealt at Texas Card House Dallas last Tuesday, the 25-25 50 no limit game. And I'm going to talk about what it is like dealing these live stream games. And Nancy is going to be here for all of it. And we're going to have fun going back and forth. So, and, speaking of that, we've here. Not to say it's a little comment, but Gigi says, I just watched a vlog with Mark in the box and asked myself why True Poker Dealer doesn't do a stream featuring him in the box and going through the process. And here we are. Nancy is a bonus. Well, I couldn't agree with all that stuff more. And getting the opportunity to deal with these live stream games and therefore getting footage of myself in the box creates a cool opportunity, right? Like I'm not gonna lie, I have literally asked Victor at Texas Card House Dallas, hey man, can I have some footage of myself from the surveillance uh where I'm dealing? And the answer, of course, is no. And I knew the answer would be no, but that didn't stop me from wanting to ask to see if I could show 30 minutes of myself dealing like a 1-2 no limit game or something for perspective. But the live stream is different. The live stream is not surveillance footage. The live stream is actual content that's meant to be put out there on YouTube, and it can be watched. So this is something that I'm really excited to do. So for the first thing I want to do here is I want to capture, like I said, this is a two-parter. And I had a comment from Palooka Palooza come in last live stream last week, last Sunday. And he asked a great question. Okay. He basically asked me the question, what is the right rule? There's a problem with the rules in poker in his experience. And he's not wrong. The problem is that there are booby traps with the 50% or more rule when dealing. And just to recap it real quick. So in No Limit Hold'em, and this is pretty universal nowadays across the board, and I deal with all these different variants of rules all the time for cash games. But in 1-2 No Limit, in No Limit Texas Hold'em and in Pot Limit as well, when a player makes a bet and another player puts an amount that's unclear because it's more than the bet itself, it's more than the call amount and less than a full raise, the question that we ask ourselves is, what do we do as dealers in those situations? And in the rules for the majority of poker, if not all of poker nowadays across the board, in these situations, we have a rule that is our 50% or more rule, where as a dealer, if a player has put in 50% of a raise or more, then we force them to put in a minimum raise. That's how the rule basically reads. And Nancy, just giving some perspective outside of myself here for a second, like how many times in a given like week of dealing, maybe 30, 40 hours, would you say that comes up in your experience? And I'll give my answer to that too. It's not zero, right?
Maybe the last time it came up for me in the last 3 months was one, and I was the one playing and betting and calling, not even
Gotcha.
as a dealer.
Gotcha. So it happens. As a dealer, this is one of the things that there's a rule that's built into the game where players do things that aren't the exact thing they're intending to do, and it has an impact on the game. This comes up somewhat frequently, is all I'm trying to say. For me, I would say dealing at Texas Card House Dallas, I am probably making a correction about once a week in 40 hours on something like this. And it would actually be more than that if I didn't have a loose interpretation of the rules there. And we're going to get into what that means. Evasive says, "Hey, true poker dealer." Hey, and you were not very evasive just now. Yes, that was incredibly lame. Yes, I said it. Yes, make fun of me. But it came out of my mouth and we're live, whatever. So, all right. So Palooza. So the way that I answered that sort of comment about like what the right way to create this rule is, because of all the booby traps that happen and the people that get upset as a result of it, he was sort of looking for an answer in that. And I sort of went on a tangent where I said, well, when I work in poker in a loose interpretation of the rules room, a room that is, more like a card room where you're not killing everybody every single time they make a crazy mistake. When that happens, like if someone makes a little tiny mistake, I'll just like correct it in the moment, knowing exactly what it's supposed to be. And Palooza sent me an email saying like, whoa, I was not expecting you to in any way say that there's a circumstance where you deal with the player's intent, right? And that is something that is like intent is almost a trigger word in casino poker nowadays, where good poker rooms do not allow a player's intent to be a part of the decision that the dealers make or the floors make at all. And first of all, I'm going to say two things are true here. Number one, I'm not wrong for the way that I was talking about this. And number two, that is totally true. And the question is, how can those both be true, right? Because they seem to contradict one another. And we're going to talk about that right now, because this is something that if you can gain proper perspective in this industry for this type of an issue, it is really going to help you. So let's see. Specifically, he says, hello, Mark. Thank you for your channel. I've been dealing poker since 2008. Was a floor supervisor in table games for several years before that. I enjoy having you as a poker reference, as you are more knowledgeable than the people that I have regular access to. On your last live stream, I posed a question about the half or more rule. In cash games, I've always approached this situation by the book. In other words, if someone bets $50 and somebody accidentally puts in 75, which is the example that I used last week, I always uphold the rule, forcing the player to raise to $100, even if it is obvious that the intent was to call. If I encounter any resistance to my ruling, then of course I call the floor. Interesting to hear you say that as a dealer, you tend to take into consideration the player's intent. I want to be clear for a second here. That is not true unless I'm in a poker room that has a very loose interpretation of the rules. That being said, back to the email, I usually try to stay away from situations whereby I make a ruling, and when the floor gets called, I'll just get overruled. I feel like it just makes me look like I don't know what I'm doing. Also, if I allow the player whose intent it was to just call to take back the $25 and not raise, it prevents the original bettor from re-raising and potentially winning the pot then and there. And once cards get turned face up, it can become an even more difficult of a situation. I'd appreciate your thoughts on this. Thank you very much for your input. And again, big fan of your channel. If it would be easier to answer on your next live stream, as always, I'll be listening. So of course I'm taking advantage of that, because this would be a massively difficult thing to answer by email. Okay. So Nancy, we've got a situation here where we have to sort of break down like what different poker rooms do. Okay. So I'm going to ask you, and I don't know what your answer is, have you worked in rooms that are on both sides of this coin here? Or have you been in rooms that are when you deal poker, is it usually consistently on one side? Like where you know what I'm asking here?
I
So
do. Yeah, I do feel really strongly about this question and this topic, um, and it's definitely a way that I approach it. Now you're talking about different types of rooms, like maybe a card house versus a casino, or a home game, or an underground club, or a moose lodge game. So you're talking about kind of different rooms. My what I keep thinking is the different kind of game, meaning say you have a high stakes game with professional players, or a, you know, World Series of Poker event, a big event, whatever. And say you have a professional poker player keenly watching an opponent's, you know, like watching for, say, micro tells, right, that might come from them physically, or across their face or something. Um, and you're in this kind of serious situation, right? Versus amateur players who are just playing recreationally, they're playing for fun. They, you know, they want to have a good time, but they also are taking their poker seriously. I get that. But you can tell as a dealer if a player, let me just cut to the chase. Player puts the raise is 50, player to 50, player puts in 75. Like you just said, you think that maybe their intent was to call. What about asking? Did you mean to raise? But you kind of have an awareness of the game, maybe, in the room, or there could sometimes in a room there's different kinds of games. Sometimes in one room there's a serious game where pros are playing, and then there's other tables where lower stake games where recreational players are playing. So reading both the table and the room, right? And so I just, in my experience, most of the time, it's okay. And again, in a recreational setting, did you mean to raise? If you know that they didn't mean to, and also if it didn't affect any action after them, if you can tell that people aren't like intently watching for micro tells from a villain or something like that. If any of that, if I said that well.
well, so you brought up a couple of good pieces of context here. So number one, there is an enormous difference in these situations in the type of place that you are working at. Okay. If you're at a strict casino or you're at a home game, these types of things are going to be wildly different for what it is that you go by. Number two, there's an enormous difference between a high stakes game and a 1-2 no limit game. And you might, as a poker purist, not you, but a person might, as a poker purist, say to themselves, well, it shouldn't matter. But having worked in the industry, we know that it does, meaning that there is a certain level of significance in both of those situations that are not the same in terms of what is the right way to handle something. And like okay, so I'm going to sort of break it down for me. I have actually worked in both types of places. I have worked in a casino, where multiple casinos where there have been incredibly strict interpretations of the rules, and the in both of those cases, that culture for strict enforcement of the rules seems to come from a combination of the fact that they're casinos, and like in table games, when you're playing with house's money, you have to create a certain tone for the players uh, to expect at the casino. You know, if you have a strict interpretation of the rules across the board in your property, and you are protecting the house's money every single time in table games, and then in poker you have a loose interpretation of the rules where a player's actions don't matter that much, it's going to be hard to convince somebody that's familiar with table games in that poker room that no, it's more laid back here. Like, they're going to actually learn, because they're not going to have that conversation in the poker room. They're just going to be like, oh, stuff doesn't matter as much as I thought it did. And then they go back into table games and they start arguing with the floors about little details because they don't understand the difference. In a casino like that, sometimes you really do have to just enforce the rules 100% as they are. And because the poker revenue is so insignificant in comparison to the table games and slot revenue at that particular property, that it's much safer to just allow players to force themselves to get in line or suffer the consequences. At the same time, you don't like having booby traps, but it sort of is what it is. But then there's also the card rooms and the like the home games or the high stakes games in the strict casinos that are private and all this other stuff. And those games, they cannot be handled the same way with those booby traps, slap in the face, hurt the person's pride and ego who, made a mistake. And so, you sort of got to ask yourself, where are you and what is the culture where you are? And what is the right thing to do in that sense? And what Nancy was just saying, and what I'll say this to you, what you were just saying really stands out is, what's the real question we should be asking here? First of all, forget about all the other stuff, because there are details, like I just said, where you're at a casino, you have to have a strict interpretation of the rules. But what should it be, right? When we create rules of poker, we're trying to protect the people in the game. What should be happening though? What is possible? Can you get it right all the time? Okay. I would say, and I think you would agree with me here based on what you just said, that the right thing to do is to never have somebody stuck in a situation that was just an oops, that was a pure oops, where everybody in the entire world, if they were to watch it, would know that was just a pure oops. Why are we forcing this person to now jam themselves up and completely change the nature of what's going on? All right. What's an example of that? I absolutely hate the notion of a poker room nowadays in a loose situation. Let's say it's a 2-5 no limit game. Okay. First player raises to 15. So it goes from 5 to 15. That's a $10 raise. Next player accidentally throws in 4 red chips and immediately takes one of them back. Okay. Technically, by putting out $20, they put in $5 more than they had. That $5 more does equal 50% of a raise. Then technically the dealer is supposed to make that $25. But what I would say is that action, if let's say the player was trying to make that raise, it's such an insignificant action. Does it matter? Is it worth it? Like, I would personally say that's a situation where you just kick that $5 back and you move on. And
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
there's a way to do it though.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I just want to point out that sometimes a player can't see across the table, did that person throw out 20 or 25? And I was trained where, my training was, you don't say bet 25. You just say bet, raise, call, or whatever until another player asks how much. So sometimes I think sometimes a chip is uh, not visible or whatever. So, okay, go on. Yeah.
Well, and so, as a YouTube presence with this True Poker Dealer channel, I get feedback from people on stuff like this from all over the world. And the one thing that I can say that is absolutely true is that it is not 100% enforced the same across the board. So, I do also, in addition to my personal experiences, I have the luxury of knowing that there are people that have totally different vibes and stuff. One of the challenges here is, I've worked in properties where, and I've had conversations with people where there are rooms where they're so strict about enforcing rules that the players at the table will get upset if that scenario I just gave does not result in a raise. Okay. If you've got a bunch of players at the table that are all upset because they've been booby trapped and they've trained themselves to only do the exact thing that they're trying to do, well, in that room, it's actually in everybody's best interest to enforce that rule.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah. You bring up the great point is what is the goal of all this? And it's for players' happiness and players to feel safe and have a good time.
yeah, and that's almost the exact sentiment that some poker room directors that I've spoken to share about their opinion on it. Like, how do I want to run my room is a question that every single poker director has to ask themselves. And, you know, sometimes they pass that down to the managers in the room. Hey, you guys decide what you want. But one way or another, that is something that, you know, the room needs to figure out what tone they want to set. And
Mhm.
when they hire people, they need to communicate that culture to the people that they hire in order to run things smoothly. And so there have recently been a couple of directors who I've spoken to who have said, we want the players to come in here and enjoy their experience. It's like if we're booby trapping them with little details like this, where now they're stuck in a hand because it gets three bet on them, or they're the three better by accident, when it was incredibly avoidable. Like, that is not the experience that we're trying to give this player. And so they have their set of rules, the 50% or more set of rules, and they absolutely enforce those rules when it makes sense, but they have the ability to decide when it makes sense. And so here's how it goes. As a dealer, in a room where there's a loose interpretation of the rules, you're not going to have all the players get upset when you don't enforce that little, they put 20 bucks out. If you're in a room where there's a tight interpretation of the rules that's more strict, then the players will get upset. So just go along with it. But if you're in a room where it's loose, take advantage of that and sort of learn to do the right thing here, is what I would say. And then what ends up happening is when your supervisor comes to the table, the supervisor understands that you have a loose interpretation of the rules. And so they don't put it on the dealer. The players understand that you have a loose interpretation of the rules. If there's someone that complains about it, though, then the supervisor comes in and they say, our house rule is this, so we're going to enforce this. But just so you know, when you do something that is outside of the norm, outside of what the rules of poker say, then you're subjecting yourself to an outcome where you don't have control over exactly what's going to happen.
Mark, how do you feel about using the line when you're in the box and something comes up and you're dealing and you say to the players, is there any objection? How do you feel about that line? Because I've used it quite a bit. For example, in your last little scenario, letting the player take that $5 back, or someone wants to rabbit hunt or something. How do you feel about saying, is there any objection? That way, that's a good time for a player to say, I wouldn't feel comfortable with that. Okay, fine. But you're giving them the chance to make make a quick little decision now, so that later they can't go to the floor later and say, look, your dealer did blah blah blah.
I'm going to be honest and say, if you are working in a room, let me see how to answer this. If you're working in a room, you're setting yourself up for a few things by doing that, is my honest answer. The first thing that you're setting yourself up for is you're allowing a player to sort of get an edge in that situation, because they can choose to only speak up when it's to their advantage, and they can actually allow the players at the table to be stupid until they want to take advantage of it, and train them that it's okay to be stupid over and over again. I would rather it just be enforced in an unspoken way by the dealer every single time. But going back to your earlier point, you use the language, did you intend to raise? I would personally not ever ask a player that in a place like this, unless there was a very clear culture to do that, because that is giving them an opportunity where they might have a light bulb go off and they can choose to say something that is not true, and which ultimately goes against the nature of what we're talking about in the first place. Like, the simple way to say, like, the thing I'm saying is, just be chill, be cool as a dealer, and don't be a jerk in a house that doesn't have jerk dealers, right? It's not really what's happening. But, like, the original example that I talked about the other day was somebody throws out 50 in green. Another person accidentally throws out 75 because they had two chips stick together, because the chips are freaking sticky sometimes. And then they immediately pull one back. And it's like, in a strict house, we put the responsibility on the player to not do that. In a loose house, you just let them take it back and you move on. And if somebody speaks up, you get a floor, which there's an unspoken question that's asked every single moment, which is does anybody have any objection to that? So by asking the question, you create a social dynamic. But by not asking the question is still being asked. Poker players do know that they can speak up anytime that they want. And, it's an issue if a player speaks up and a dealer starts firing back at them. One of the things that I teach in my course that was taught to me that I think is universally intelligent is you do not want to get into a verbal back and forth with a player at all. It's not about that as a dealer. As soon as a player starts questioning something like that, saying that they think there should be a different outcome, you just get the floor. Like it's not the same as when a player says, hey, why did you do this? If they're confrontational, well, you answer that question, right? But if they're saying it shouldn't be that, or I disagree with that, you don't tell them it needs to be that, blah, blah, blah. That's when you get a floor, even if it's something that falls in the line of what a dealer should enforce. So I think that question that you basically implied is being asked silently. And I think it's healthier that way to not create angles for players. Also, I do want to acknowledge, I'm sorry, I'm going to keep going for a second. There are poker rooms out there where the players themselves are a bit more contentious and difficult. And it's possible that strict interpretation rooms are strict because the players are so nitpicky about details and the staff hasn't been able to articulate to smoothly get them to back off, that they end up being boxed into a strict interpretation of the rules in those places. Like I like the idea of unraveling that, but it's tricky. I know of a room in Virginia that I've been doing some work with, and I heard a fascinating story from one of the dealers there. Dealer used to deal at MGM in Maryland, and they said that there are some of the same players. It's about 2 hours away. There's some of the same players that play at MGM that play in this room in Virginia. And those same players who they knew they were going to hear it if they had a loose interpretation of the rules, they're chill in the Virginia room where there's a more loose interpretation. They're the same exact people, but there's a different culture there and a different vibe. And it's very powerful how much of a difference that can be, even with those same people. People just want to be chill. Yeah.
That's a great
But sorry.
example. That's a great example. And I've seen that a ton also.
Yeah,
How
it's really interesting,
different
right?
players act differently in different people's houses. I just wanted to say really quickly that I don't want anyone to think that in this conversation that just want everybody to know that Mark and I are definitely proponents for uniformity, and we're definitely proponents for safeguards, all the safeguards we have with all these rules and etiquettes, right, in poker. And also, it's been brought up already a bunch about angle shooting, and I just want to say that, if you're a dealer and you get in the box and you have a certain demeanor as a dealer and certain training and skills and awareness and focus, that you can set a tone very quickly for certain people who might be prone to angle shooting. And they're going to give you some dirty looks when they're first getting to know you. But it's like in any relationship, right? And people getting to know each other and you're feeling each other out. The angle shooters at the table are going to get to know you and be like, oh, Nancy's not going to let me get away with this and this and that. And at first, they're going to just throw all kinds of shade. They might even try to get you out of the box. They might try to get you fired or whatever. But everyone knows what they're about, and but quickly they're going to come to respect you and know that you're running a good game and a good flow. And but they're certainly they're going to have to wait to do angle shooting when you're in the box. And then the other thing is, this thing about be being strict about making a player, if a player makes a mistake at the table, for example, not protecting their hand or raising when they didn't mean to raise, and it might cost that player some money, and you might feel a little bad. Oh, that player made a mistake, they didn't know. But a lot of these things in poker, you're going to realize, well, the player had to learn, right? And we all had to learn as dealers and players. And so, yeah, so sometimes, you'll just sort of be, I'm so sorry, and move on with the game and just realize that that player learned a lesson. Next time they're going to protect their hand. Next time they're going to be a lot more careful to throw in too many chips.
And that's actually part of the conversation we're having here, because there is a belief in the bigger casinos a lot of the time. I can't speak for all of them, but there's a belief that players just need to suck it up, learn their lessons, and figure out how to play the game properly. And it's not entirely wrong, but it doesn't need to be so insane all the time is part of it. Because you're totally right. The people learn their lessons, but like when is it significant? One of the real question that Palooza was asking originally in last week's live stream was, what should the rule be? Like, how do we fix this in a strict interpretation setting? He wasn't expecting my like loose interpretation conversation. He was saying, what should the rule be? I'm going to sort of answer a suggestion. I would personally, if it's not already in the TDA rules, which I'm pretty familiar with, I would actually suggest making this adjustment to the rule personally. I would say that one extra chip should not count as 50%. That to me would make things a lot easier. Because what's the real scenario that I'm worried about here? The real scenario that I want is when a player bets 50 and another player puts in 75 in red, they made a clear decision to put in 5 extra chips. There's no way that they're accidentally putting out 75 in red. And they think that it's 75 in red to call, unless they happen to think it's 75 is the bet and they just like for some reason got it wrong. But if a player pushes out a stack of red that is 75 in red in that situation, I'm going to make that a raise. But if it's 3 green chips, it's weird. And I actually like the idea of, if there's one chip in there, not having it count as 50% or more. Why do I say that? Because that is the loose interpretation that I basically enforce, right? It's just not in the rules. It's sort of like, how do you get it right? And that's a recommendation that I might suggest to the TDA. Perhaps I will actually suggest that recommendation to the TDA. It handles the situations that we're talking about pretty well, like 1-2 no limit. One of the most annoying things in the world is when somebody throws out $3 by accident, takes $1 back, and the dealer has no choice in the poker room but to make that a raise, right? Like, come on. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And yet I have literally been the one in the poker room saying that, you as a dealer, not you, but the dealer has to enforce that. That's how we run things here, But I think that would be a nice little adjustment to this rule. Make it so that one chip cannot count as 50%.
That's a good idea.
So let me see. Another thing that you just got at. Okay, I'm going to make this statement. I forgot to say this before. If you work as a dealer where there is a loose interpretation of the rules, I would almost still start out being strict if you're brand new. Being able to enforce the rules more loosely is something that is best done with experience. Understanding the rules perfectly is a much safer place to start. Like, both of us have a ton of experience dealing poker. Like, I have a ton of experience all the way up to the shift manager level, teaching and all this stuff. And both of us have a ton of experience having the types of conversations off game with players that give the perspective into what it is that the real correct experience for them will be. So we can come up here and say, hey, loose interpretation of the rules is great. It keeps everybody happy. But you can also mess that up pretty poorly, right? If you're brand new and you're still learning how to deal, there's this thing, and both of us have spoken about this recently, where once you pass an audition and you become a poker dealer, that's only getting you into the box at a state where you're good enough to be there, but you're not actually good yet. It takes at least 6 months for a lot of people of dealing 30 plus hours a week to actually become good. And there's an enormous amount of learning that happens during that phase. And to jump into the box at that point and have a strict interpretation of the rules is much safer. To jump in the box and have a loose interpretation of the rules is like, you almost don't know where the lines are. You don't know naturally the difference between 75 in red and 75 in green in this scenario. And I would say if you're new, just go strict all the time. If the players say, "Oh, no, nobody ever makes us do that," then you sort of start learning that. And those are the situations where maybe if you know it's a loose room, you can be like, "Oh, okay, I didn't know." Then you ask somebody on break, right? Though starting out with a loose interpretation of the rules, if you're a brand new dealer, is pretty dangerous. However, if you're in a house game, maybe you have to. I don't know that stuff like Nancy does. Actually, can you speak to that when you're brand new in a like some situation like that?
I think that's why I think that's why I was bringing up that example of because just memories of when I was starting out in Manhattan, and
Hmm.
it was not a casino. It was Manhattan, New York City, and there's a particular guy I have in mind, and it was a particular game, and he was just. I mean, he was just looked like he was going to explode because I was so focused. He was like, "Yo," because I was so focused, and he knew I wasn't gonna miss a thing, and you know, um, uh, yeah, it just makes me remember that in a place like New York City, and like Mark was saying, there were so many games. I mean, a player could be like, "Yeah, I don't like this dealer, or I don't like this house's interpretation of the rules," and they could just walk a couple blocks away, right, and go to another game. Because so many games, and
So you're saying you had some serious pressure to conform pretty quickly as a new dealer in that situation to get it right the way that the players' expectations are, correct?
yeah, you didn't have any chances. I mean, in a lot of those games, because the players had the power to just be like, get the Steeler out of the box. And
Yeah.
there were six Steelers in the kitchen waiting to take your place, and it just in the middle of the next hand, like get up. So yeah, there was just no no leeway there.
Well, so that is a very different situation, and the thing that you're basically saying is you don't have 6 months to become good. You've got like 1 minute at a time. Otherwise, you're going to get kicked out because there's no like HR department and common practice and all that stuff in those situations. I have zero experience doing any of that stuff, and it's very interesting hearing what that's been like for you at times. And I appreciate you coming here and talking about that. And so my guess was that you were probably going to say when you start out, you just sort of got to learn the flow, and that's more of your focus than worrying about the specific rules and making sure everybody's happy. But it almost sounds like you're amplifying the pressure I was picturing by 100. And you got to get in there and create an experience where at least people feel confident that you're going to get it right. If you say something wrong, it's going to be fixed pretty quickly, and you're going to be on point and be able to get through it.
Yeah, and well, and like I said, there were so many different types of games. So dealers in New York, they start at more low level games. So you start at, uh,
Oh, that makes
certain
sense.
games.
Yeah,
There's kind of like training games for dealers.
yeah.
So yeah, you can deal in this neighborhood, or in that neighborhood. You could deal this game or that game, and then as you through the months, right? Like you said, through the months and through the years, as you progressed, you could go to more uh, to higher level games.
Um, I appreciate that insight. Like I said, I have a couple other notes here about this topic that I just want to make sure that I hit. The first one is when you have a loose interpretation. So I'm sort of defining. So again, the tone of the room that you work in is the tone that you go by when it comes to enforcing things like this. But there is something to be said for the loose interpretation of just getting it right when it makes sense. If you have a dealer that's capable of that, or you have a bunch of dealers that work in a room that's capable of that, it actually makes it a lot harder to angle shoot because you don't know as a player with 100% certainty what's going to happen when you take an action. So there's no there are players out there, and we've all seen it when we work in the industry long enough, where they know if they throw 75 in green and pretend like it was an accident, the dealer's going to force them to raise, and it creates this, like, they do that with aces, right? If it's 100% consistent all the time, they're going to 3-bet somebody like that occasionally and act like they didn't mean to, and it's bad for the game, and it really upsets the player that ends up losing and getting fooled by it. And by having a more loose interpretation of the rules, the dealer is actually protecting against that, in addition to not, pissing somebody off and needling them when they make a mistake. It's like, as a player, when you do something stupid, the last thing that you want is for it to have a compounding impact on you that's negative. But then also you are preventing these types of angle shooting.
Mark, I just want to add something that you said about telling new dealers to be strict at first, to be more strict with don't be loose with the interpretations at first. And I just want to add to that all poker rooms, or I guess most or all, have a floor person really close by, right? So maybe add to that when you're new, don't try to make certain rulings just because, like you and I said at the very beginning, this isn't something that comes up like 100 times a day. It might come up like once a week or whatever. And so if you're new, maybe add to that, just rely on the floor. Just call floor. The floor is really close by. The floor is going to walk over. The floor is going to make a ruling. It's a call. It's a raise. And see where I'm going with this. And then maybe in time be able to make those rulings by yourself as a dealer at the table without the floor.
So we are totally on the same page with this. It gets a little bit complicated though, because let's say that you're a brand new dealer. Let's say that you learned with my content, you learned on True Poker Dealer, you watched my videos. I'm not talking about loose interpretations of the rules in the videos. I'm telling you, this is what happens. This is what you have to enforce. Learn what the rules are of the room that you're in. So like, you get the rule book of the room. The rule is still going to read the same. You're actually not going to know when you sit down in the box for the first time, if you haven't been had this specific discussion, you're not going to know what it is that you're supposed to do. If you're watching this live stream right now and you've heard this whole conversation, you might actually sit down at the table and enforce a loose interpretation. I would say that would probably be a mistake. Let the players tell you that people don't do that in that room, right? Let the dealers tell you, because it's hard to know which ones are which. But once somebody says something, once a player tells you that, I love the idea of calling the close by floor. And the supervisors, some of them that you get are going to give you this like, oh, that's a new dealer, they always call me over, oh my God. But like, a lot of supervisors actually appreciate the fact that you're not just automatically making decisions, making mistakes. And you can get fired for not calling a floor over. So over calling the floor, I personally love when you're new. Some old school supervisors aren't crazy about it, but I think it's a great thing. And I think most casino staffs are very receptive to it. And instead of putting yourself in situations where you could be completely out of line there, because first they're going to come over, they're going to make a ruling over something, even if it's simple, who cares? Like, you get it right. That's important. And then second, that creates the opportunity to have the conversation off the table about how to do things in the future, et cetera, which is also very valuable. And unfortunately, you have to do this as a dealer. You still need to talk to the people in the break room that aren't just the floors about this situation, because not all floors are on the same page, and all this other stuff does get pretty complicated. Mm-hmm. But I like that you brought that up. And yes, call the floor over for stuff like this. I'm just saying that if you default to a strict interpretation, you're going to enforce this the first time if you don't know if your room does that. Right? Because you're not going to know what these loose interpretations are until you gain some experience. You do find that out by having a strict interpretation and then backing off, because the table tells you we don't care about stuff like that here.
Do you have?
No, go ahead.
Do you have more examples of loose interpretations?
Let me see. Yeah, so like, in a room with a loose interpretation, if there's a working space for a player, say there's no betting line and there's nothing specific or strict or anything like that, if a player comes out a little bit, you sort of have to make a judgment for what they're doing. And I can give a real quick story and example of like where I draw the line personally for this. So working space is a complicated thing. I'm not going to try to define that too much, other than to say if you work in a room with working space, the player actually defines their own bet, meaning where they consistently bet is a bet for them, whereas it's not true for everybody else. Okay, so if a player has forward motion, that doesn't commit them necessarily to a bet. Okay, so I'll have players in a loose interpretation room that have some forward motion, arguably a bit more than they should, and I'll be chill about it if they come back and then do something else. And like, I don't feel like, now I'm a poker player and I do have enough insight as a poker player to know when I think that there's really someone that's angling, right? But if they're looking down at their chips only and like in la la land, they come out sort of and then they come back, they didn't go all the way to their bet spot, maybe they went slightly too far, like I'm going to let them do that unless someone speaks up, and then it becomes a floor call. That's a loose interpretation. In a strict room, if they go anywhere outside that working space at all, hey, sorry sir, that's a bet. And the thing that I hate is when someone takes chips out and you know that they're going to end up trying to bet like 50, they take chips out, they go into that zone in a strict room, and then they come back and you are now committing them, in this case, to a minimum bet, which would be one of the chips in their hand. And they're like, ah, and everyone's like, ah, but that's sort of the rule, right? But here's a story that happened to me the last shift that I dealt at. And this is something that, like, it takes judgment and discretion in order to get this right, in my opinion, and the ability to articulate. So I had in a 2-5 no limit game, player was short stacked, and it's $5. Let me see. So the first raise goes to 20, and you get 2 callers, and somebody goes all in for 35. And the player who originally raised, they took 15 in their hand and they brought their hand out directly over their $20. And then they brought it back and they asked me the question, am I allowed to raise? And so I had to pause for a second because I was like, man, do I even answer this? They've just actually committed themselves to a call because they went directly over their chips. And so I had to say to them, look, you took $15 and you put it directly over your bet area. Instead of answering your question, I have to tell you that you just made a call. And I actually think that is the line. I think that that's totally the right thing to do in that situation, even in a loose room, because the player has actually already made their own decision. And it was after they made their decision to call that they changed their mind and decided that they wanted to raise. And I feel like if they come out over their chips, that I'm not doing my job properly if I don't commit them to that. I am curious what you think of that. They told me, wait, so you're going to get me on a technicality? And my response to them was, to me, this isn't a technicality. This is, you actually have already taken an action. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, first I want to tell just a little story, just another hand, just to give the watchers of this video a little more context of what all this can mean in a game. And my example that I'm thinking about is I was a new player, and let's see, how did this go? I had a good hand. I think I had the best hand, like the nut flush or something. I had the lock hand. And a gentleman, I think I checked. Or it was I can't remember my position. Either I checked or the gentleman came out betting and say I had the nut flush or something. And so he had a very large amount of chips in his hand, and he puts it over the table. He put it over, and I was a new player, and he had a very large amount of chips, and I quickly said, call, or something. I don't know, something like that. It went something like that. And he went, oh, and he dropped one chip, like Mark just was describing. And he said, oh, so I said, call too fast. And which is an example of being a new player and having to learn to wait with your action certain times, make sure that the player does what they're going to do. And he got away with it. He got He got away with it. And so this brings up a whole bunch of questions of, forward motion, betting lines, rules where any chips that you put in front of your cards are in play, where meaning some rooms would have held him to leaving all those chips over there because he put them in front of his cards. So this is brings up a whole bunch of questions and scenarios and stuff. But I just wanted to put it into some context of how it can affect the player. So because I said call too fast, it cost me a lot of money, right? But I had to learn that. So, but just an example of how that can affect, the the profitability of how much money you can make from a winning hand, for example. And then really quick, I just want to add a recent experience where I was holding chips in my hand. A gentleman made a bet, and I knew that, say I had the second best hand on the river, and I knew he could have the first best hand. I knew he could beat me.
The nuts.
The nuts. So I'm right. So I'm certainly not going to raise and in fact, I'm pretty sure he had it, but he was making a small river bet. I have the second nut, so I'm certainly going to call the small river bet. But I was wearing a mask. It's during COVID. I was playing and I was wearing a mask. And as I'm like holding these chips in my hand, and I'm like, well, and I'm talking it out loud, and I'm talking to him like, well, I think you have the nuts, blah blah blah. And then I like said call or something, kind of whatever, and put the chips down. And then the gentleman who bet tried to say that I raised because I had put a few more chips, because I didn't even count it, because I could kind of muttered call in all my talking. Then the floor was called and everything. And one of the players at the table said that, yeah, I heard Nancy say call, under the mask. And which is another thing that probably has come up with Mark in this live stream a lot during COVID, is the whole mask thing. And can you hear what a person says, and watching out for that.
Yeah. There was like an overcorrection at the Hard Rock in Tampa at one point, where the players' action was actually taken over the verbal because of the whole mask thing for a little bit, which I think they've changed since then. But yeah, those are a couple of really good examples of the challenges of being a player and the reason why we're trying to have a version of integrity when we're dealing that keeps things smooth, but also in your case, there are some booby traps for people, right? And there's some possible angles. So the first thing that you described is a new player booby trap, right? Where you don't let the player finish their action, then you might not get the result that you want, right? They only end up putting the $5 out or whatever the one chip was, and that ends up being the amount that you win. And then in the second scenario, the mask is a problem. I haven't had to be the one calling the floor in those situations, but people sometimes forget how helpful the other players at the table information is in terms of resolving an issue. But I mean, look, the thing that I'll say is being a dealer, and there's a lot of decisions you actually have to make as a dealer. One of the things that you have to decide is, do I call the floor? And you're deciding that a lot. A lot of the time the decision answer is no, but you're not just able to sit there and sort of chill. You do have to understand what you're doing, and you sort of have to build up to the knowledge base of what you're trying to get at. This is a tricky business, right? You're dealing with people's money, and there's a lot of booby traps that are built into this whole thing. There was a floor call that I watched on some live stream somewhere where a player, what was it that happened? Maybe it was described to me, and somebody ended up putting in, let me see. A dealer didn't realize when a player had a mask on that they had said raise, and another player instantly said call. And then somehow, because nobody realized it was a raise, the player didn't end up having to raise, even though they raised, they denied it in the moment. And then they told the floor the story afterwards. And the floor's like, I messed up. That was supposed to be a raise call. And I ended up making this other player fold when he tabled his hand or something like that. Like, there's all these decisions that have to be made. I butchered that story, but yeah, I don't know. I went on a weird tangent. Is there anything you wanted to make sure that we said about the stuff you brought up?
Well, sure. I mean, the long and short of that is, right. And players talk about this all the time. Like, what's the most important rule? What's the last rule in every poker room on the posted list of rules? House rule rules, right?
Yeah.
And that's the long and short of it, isn't it? And that's this thing about calling floor is such a brilliant part of the process, because the floor, and Mark and I both had to go through this, just as in when you're learning flooring, you call floor and it's so universal. All players respect it, and everyone knows about it, that floor comes over, makes a ruling, right or wrong. It's that's it. Everyone just wants the game to move on and keep the game going. And I don't know about Mark, but a lot of my training was, you were told to go make a ruling. If you were even the littlest bit unsure about your ruling, or if any player, was a little bit, well, that's the wrong rule, but we'll go with it, whatever. You made a ruling. And then for me, the way I learned is then I would go back into the office after making the ruling, and we would just start breaking it down and having a long talk about it, and researching it, research, making phone calls, blah blah blah, getting down to the bottom of it, and and then you wouldn't make that mistake again. So floors make mistakes all the time, and but I think it's also part of a learning process for floor people, and then in time, with experience, right, you get
Yeah.
better.
So I totally agree with that, and it's a very good breakdown of it. The two fundamental rules of poker, cards speak is one of them. One player per hand is the other one. The fundamental rule of a poker room is management decisions are final, whether or not they contradict something that appears to be in their own rules, because of how complicated this stuff can get. And it's a beautiful thing to have a process where people are on the same page about that process, like you just described for supervisors, where you make a ruling to the best of your ability. There's a certain gray area where if it falls in the gray area in terms of significance, you just make the ruling and then you go back and find out if you did it right. If it's over a certain level, you actually get back up over there or something like that.
And,
Like the final table of a $1,000 buy-in tournament is different in terms of, you don't just make a ruling and walk off, right? You get the director of the tournament to come and be a part of that.
yeah.
Whereas in a 2-5 no limit game for a $700 pot, you as a supervisor are sometimes expected to go in and make a ruling as long as you're not new. If you're brand new, sometimes you always just get somebody. But there's no universal training for being a floor. I've definitely considered building that, as that is my greatest level of area of expertise, as it turns out. Even though I'm known as true poker dealer, supervising and shift managing is where I spent most of my time. But man, that would be quite a long
that's,
course to build.
that's a great idea, though. And another just quick thing that came to mind is just that universal understanding of, what is it? Sometimes you're the bug and sometimes you're the windshield. Is that how the song goes or something? And so
I
we've all,
don't I don't know, but I know what you're saying. Yeah.
so yeah, so there's been experiences. I told Mark the other day, I was playing at the Taj, I was playing 2-5, the dealer burned and turned. I would have won the hand, cost me thousands of dollars. Okay. But then there are times that another player made a mistake, or a dealer made a mistake to them, and then I won, right? You sort of like, sometimes you're, how do
You're
you say,
saying it balances out, right?
the balance. And
Yeah.
sometimes a floor makes a bad decision against you that hurts you, but it could go the other way. So that kind of balance that everyone sort of goes, ah.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. We still have a desire to get things right in terms of making them almost predictable and consistent and clean and all that stuff. And but nonetheless, there's the booby traps that everybody experiences as you're going through. And with different floors, you do get different rulings, even for the exact same scenario. And the bug in the windshield is an interesting one that I've never heard before. But the very last thing I want to talk about for this 50% or more rule, just to make sure that I cover it in tournament, the loose rooms should still have a strict interpretation of the rules, in my opinion. Now, I don't know that that's being done across the board, but as I think it through logically and I picture what the different scenarios are, I would argue that in tournament, every single action affects every single other player in the entire tournament. And
Mhm.
the players in the tournament do need that protection from one another where the consistency of it makes it fair. In a cash game,
Mm.
each hand is its own entity, but in a tournament that's just not the case. And I mean, look, if you're spreading like a $30 tournament just to get people in the door, all right, fine, whatever. It doesn't matter that much. But for most tournaments, like $100 buy-in or more, um, I would say if a player throws out exactly 50% of a raise, follow the rules exactly in the tournament. It's the same thing. Like I really like a room where in a tournament, the uh, staff communicates to the players like you cannot expose your cards at any time under any circumstances, right? Like in cash games, it's common when someone's folding to show someone not in the hand what they have and toss it in a tournament. You don't want that because it creates risk of affecting the hand, risk of somebody saying something by accident, and it creates extra information for people that's in a confined system of a tournament. It's not the same impact as in a cash game. So despite all the stuff I just said about a loose room, I do believe that a tournament should always be strict. But I am curious what your thoughts are on that.
They are the tournaments are, yeah,
So you're
50.
saying that despite all the conversation that we just had, your experience is the same as mine, where tournaments are strict enforcement and strict interpretation of the rules across the board, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. All
That's
right.
my
Good. Well, then
experience. And you
we're
and you gave a really good reason why. Um, give me one second. I just want to close my door. Hold on one second.
yeah. Go ahead. Well,
I was I was
during
afraid to
during
keep
this
it.
moment, I'm gonna answer some of these questions and sort of knock off some of the stuff in the chat while you're there. So, Evasive says, "I have a question. I'm new to poker. I'm learning to become a dealer. What math should I practice to become better at keeping track of pot in Pot Limit Omaha?" Um, my answer to that is a 2.5 hour video that I have in my mixed games course that teaches Omaha and stud. So on the channel, you can join my channel on YouTube and you can get the mixed games course that includes Omaha and stud. There's a 2.5 hour video that teaches this specific thing. It's not a simple, quick answer. It's not like you can just learn math. I can't even like if I give you the formula, but you're out of context, it's not going to be enough for you. That's why I created that video in that course, because this is something that once you learn it, it's good. But until you learn it, it is overwhelming and confusing. We've got a Heiser. Hey, what's up? I'm flying through these comments right now because we got something really exciting to get to. Is someone here? I don't know what that means. I had a question in a 5-10 game. What percent does a casino take? And then it was asked louder. What percentage of a pot does a casino take in 5-10 game? Uh, so in 5-10 no limit Texas Hold'em, typically just like, let me see, just like Gigi says, that would be a timed rake where typically players pay every dealer change of 30 minutes, something like $7-8 an hour, $6 at a place that doesn't charge as much. Sometimes they take it out of a time pot. It just depends on how the poker room does it. But yeah, in a casino, typically you're going to be seeing, let's say $7 per half hour per player paid on the dealer change is a common way to do that. But each casino has a different answer to what they do there. The reason that it's time rake in 5-10 instead of regular rake in 5-10 is because it's actually cheaper for the players because they're putting in a $10 big blind. Every single pot is basically going to be a max rake, which sort of sucks for them. And the intent of the casino is not to just hammer the bigger stakes games with higher rakes. They're trying to make it fair for them, so they allow the players to do a time rake. Um, Gigi says, or Anshul, what if I want to charge per pot and not time? If you want to charge per pot, I mean, do whatever you want to do. Maybe a 5% rake, but make sure that you're following the legal rules of your area, etc. You asked about a casino, not a home game. Time game is the same answer. What about a home one? So when you're at a home game, you make the rules, right? Charge whatever you think the players are fine with. I don't know. Yeah. Yes, that is what I am not able to decide. What rules should I keep? Look, this is one detail of 1,000. And each one of these is like a 20-minute conversation that needs to be revisited sometimes to figure out how to run it. Running a poker room is hard.
Well, I'm sure a quick answer to that is you don't want to kill your game.
Right. Yeah, you want people to be able to be present. I'm jumping through the comments right now before I jump into this live stream, where I'm going to show the live stream video and talk about it that I dealt last Tuesday, 25, 25, 50, no limit. Evasive says, what math should I practice to become better in keeping track of pot limit Omaha? Same question, but I don't blame you for asking it again because it took so long. The nature of this live stream is a little bit different. This isn't the typical QA, but I'm happy to go through these. Home games with rake are generally illegal. Exactly. That's why I said, like, understand the rules of your area. I have no opinion on what you should charge in your house. Thank you, by the way, for those that are answering other people's questions in my chat. I really appreciate that I can provide a place where even if a person doesn't get an answer from me in a timely fashion, they can still get an answer from somebody that has experience that's in the industry. Thank you, Gigi, and others for helping answer some of this stuff. Let me see. Okay, what if there's a casino game that charges per pot? What they charge? Visit a casino, play some poker, learn how to run the game. Sort of a harsh answer, but it's not wrong, right? But a lot of people don't have poker in their area that's easily accessible. Okay, now they're just being confrontational, right?
Yeah, Anshul, casinos, poker rooms and casinos typically take 10% of a pot
Up to $5
to a
or
certain
$6
amount,
max,
which
yeah.
could range from $4 up to around 6 or 7. We've heard recently there's some that are as high as 8, and they might take $1 out for promotions. So typically about 10% up to average 5 or 6 per pot.
Totally. We did a live stream on Thursday together where someone brought up that Encore Boston opened with a $10 max rate, which is like mind blowing. But I mean, the market rate is the market rate. Depending on where you live and what your area is, that could be higher or lower. But as a home game, let's assume that you're running a home game and the laws where you are make it totally legal for you to take a rake. You are not exactly competing with, you're not exactly competing with poker rooms either, though, in casinos. You might think you're competing with them because it's the same thing in a way. But in a casino, they can't have look, I've been to an underground game in Texas one time. I wanted to see what it was like. There was absolutely a pretty girl sitting on a player's lap for like 45 minutes. That you can't do stuff like that in a casino, right? So it's a different thing if you have a home game. My point is you can provide a different experience for them, not talking about women on laps. Like, you can have a fridge with all kinds of snacks stocked. You can play music that people want. You can have someone juggling in front of them. I don't know, whatever you want to do at your home game. So you can charge more. If it makes people happy to be there, they can get something they can't get in a casino.
I just lost audio.
It's more complicated. Am I back now?
Yeah.
Thank you for telling me that. If you weren't here, I would have just kept talking, and someone would eventually tell me in the chat when I got all the way down to it. It's more complicated than what rate should I charge. It's what are you trying to do, and hopefully it's an illegal situation. And also, I do request a comment like this in my chat. I'm gonna call you out for being ignorant. I'm sorry. Yes, Gigi was giving you real, true advice. Instead of the answer that you were looking for, he was giving you a process to go and figure it out. And I'm going to respect the stuff that I see on here, and, come into my chat. If you want, you can wait. I usually get to every single comment. You can wait until I get to it. I'll give you an answer. But you're asking a complicated question that, you're not really providing enough information about your situation for anyone here to truly break it down, which is why you're getting the types of answers that you're getting. We are very nice in the casino industry, but we do not put up with, let me see, when someone needs to be told, hey, this is what it is in casino, we tell them. That's sort of how it works. Poker players do that against one another. One thing that's really interesting about working in the casino industry, specifically the poker industry, poker players, in order to be at the table in the first place, have to be comfortable with confrontation. The entire game of poker is, I'm trying to beat you. And so you create an environment that's a bit more confrontational in general, where every single person in there, man, woman, child's not allowed, is confrontational right off the start. So it makes it a little bit easier to be a little bit more like, as an employee sometimes too. And you do gain respect by giving people shit sometimes as well. Let me see. If I were starting a business, I would visit a successful version of it and model that after mine. I mean, that's valid, right? Soliciting advice from well-intentioned strangers is nice, but in my opinion, does not beat good market research. Man, I appreciate that you're representing this channel nicely. A regular goes out of turn every day. I call the floor, and this is repeated again and again. Help. Ooh, interesting.
Good question.
Okay, I'm trying to do this quickly. So I haven't, there's a thing we want to be doing in this live stream. My intent is not necessarily to make this a full QA, but I'm going to try to go through this quickly because this is a good question. Maybe this will be next week if I don't feel like I satisfy it properly. So the nature of your room is difficult. And the room that I'm at right now, players are going out of turn constantly as well. And the players just sort of roll with it. So it's the question is this one person and everyone else is acting in turn in a room where everybody is expected to act in turn? The players expect it. They get annoyed with the player. Are they upsetting other people when they do this? Or is it just sort of how it works in that room? I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what your situation is in order to be able to do that. Yeah. Well, I mean, Nancy, let me let you sort of address that for a second too. What are your thoughts there? Sorry, I'll leave it up.
Well, I like what you said, and I like your example about just some things players are accustomed to and they roll with it. And there's nothing you can do about your floor and your management and your room. I mean, dealers, I would say us dealers constantly have to sort of suck up certain things about certain rooms that we're just not comfortable with. But it's
Yeah,
not our
to
room.
me, like, there's a room that I worked at that I really liked the way that things were handled there. And if a dealer called the floor over because a player's acting out of turn, I don't know if folding out of turn is what you're saying or betting out of turn is what you're saying. But if a player is not following the rules and it's affecting the business, then at that particular room, the floor would eventually give them a warning and then actually kick them out if they continue it after receiving the warning. That's really the only course of action that I think is effective. But you sort of have to ask your supervisor what to do in that situation. And if they don't seem to care, then you have to put up with it. There's not a lot that you can do if a player keeps doing that. Like, if players at the table get upset, you call a floor and you say, this player's acted out of turn a lot in my experience with them. They specifically just did it now, and the other players have brought up that they don't like it, and so I'm calling you over here. And eventually, hopefully the floor in that case either tells you just not to worry about it, or they tell you and then you don't worry about it anymore, or they tell the player to stop doing it, and then they actually monitor it, and eventually the player gets kicked out, and then they learn their lesson not to be a nuisance over and over and over again.
And Ernest, Mark can have a whole live stream on this one topic of room culture and comfort and ways that management handles certain players.
Right. Let me see. So the same person said, do you have to sign a coaching warning? Mistake I made, pushing pot to the wrong person. If other dealers make mistakes and are not coached, I feel targeted. Advice. I think what you're saying is, Hold on. I think what you're saying is that you've had to sign a write-up in a poker room for pushing a pot to a wrong person. That is a common thing in poker rooms. And I mean, if you feel wronged, hopefully you have an HR department that you can go to for something like this. But this type of situation requires way more information about what actually happened for me to be able to give you any meaningful answer. The thing that I'll say is don't push the pot to the wrong person, right? Like you're telling me that you made a mistake and the poker room didn't like it, and you feel like it's unfair that you made a mistake and you got in trouble for it, but someone else didn't make a mistake or also made a mistake and didn't get in trouble for it. But to me, I'm going to be blunt with you. The real problem is you push the pot to the wrong person. If you push the pot to a wrong person, you are putting yourself in a situation in every poker room I've ever been at where you might get paperwork. So it is what it is. I don't know if the advice I need to give you is to slow down or not, but I'm not saying that you're not being targeted. And that's the part of it that I'm saying I don't have enough information about this. And you might have a legitimate gripe there. And if you do, I would say consider, I don't know the implications of this for you, but consider going to HR and having a conversation with them. Consider talking to the supervisor, depending on your relationship with them. You know, having good relationships with your managers is going to get you further than a lot of things in an industry like this. At the end of the day, everything is just people, something I learned when I worked at Ultimate Software. And it was a beautiful place to be to learn that. But look, it's really hard for me to say any dealer should not get a write-up if they push a pot to the wrong person, especially if the player had an issue with it, came to them, was upset about it, didn't come back. Like there's all kinds of potential impacts of that. And it is hard to be perfect. You can't be perfect as a dealer. That stuff does happen, but it shouldn't happen so frequently that you're getting written up and end up having to be pushed out the door. So, you know, I realize I'm probably coming across kind of harsh. It's because I'm trying to do this quickly. But if you wanted to, in a future live stream, if you wanted to provide more information about this, I could have a more detailed discussion for sure. And then Ernest says, I advised an older player not to expose their cards. How many times do I have to tell her? And I did advise the floor, but it still does not work. Sounds like the poker room that you deal in has a challenging time getting players to follow the rules of the game. I think that you might want to adjust your expectations about the players. You know, sometimes you have somebody that learned in one place and then they come to a new poker room with that same mentality from the old place. You got to sort of learn the vibe at the new room. But again, the situation that you're describing is not nearly detailed enough for me to be able to answer. For example, I don't understand the culture of the room. I don't understand which room it is. I don't understand. There's no universal answer across the entire world for dealing poker for how to do this properly. Getting a supervisor involved, if it's a problem, is something that I would recommend. Realizing when it's actually not a problem is something I think is important. If a player is exposing their cards during a hand, then they need to be shown to the table. If somebody sees them that's in the hand, what stakes is it? What are the circumstances? Like, the real question is, I would ask you, do you know for sure that you're right about the way that you believe that this should go? But these are conversations to have with your supervisor, and man, it'd be a really fascinating thing to bring you and your supervisor on the channel in order to have a conversation about something like that. But unfortunately today, I don't have the time to go into this, into the detail that I probably would want to, but I appreciate you asking the questions. What about something on an app like Poker Atlas where room rules, dealer enforceable rules, etc. are posted? Even a handout available at the desk or podium may help. It's hard enough for the dealers to know what the rules in their own room are. And to understand the flow behind all that. There's just so much to it. Oh my God, there's so many comments. I think I'm going to have to pause the comment reading here for a moment. Let me just, because look, there's something I really want to get to that's the whole point of the live stream today, and we haven't even started it yet.
Let's get to it. Let's jump on in.
Yeah, we're gonna do this. I appreciate the comments that you guys have asked, and at the end, whether or not Nancy sticks it out with me, I'm gonna do my absolute best to get to all the comments that are in here. I can't promise I'll get through everything, but I'll try. All right. So the purpose of this live stream, in my head at least, we were going to show this. So let's see. But it's not starting. Here it is. All right. So what do we got here? We have the Texas Card House live stream from this past Tuesday, where I dealt 25, 25, 50, no limit Texas Hold'em. And we are going to, let me get rid of that. I want to get rid of it. Why isn't it going? Hopefully it just goes away on its own in a moment. We are going to talk about what it's like dealing a live stream, right? What's it like dealing a live stream at Texas Card House? And oh, it only gets rid of it if I stay here. All right, I can stay here. So this right now is me in the very beginning of the live stream, and they did a $250 PLO flip. And so, first of all, I don't know the answer to this question. Nancy, have you ever dealt a live stream before?
No.
Okay, no problem at all. You should still be able to provide a great conversation with me. This is way better to do this with you than to do this alone. But that is me in the box there, and I dealt this game for slightly over 2 hours, the first 2 hours. So one thing about the way that it's done at Texas Card House is they have two separate dealers that deal the stream. And on this particular, so it's like the first one does a couple hours, the second one does the last couple hours, and then that's the stream. And if the game wants to continue after that, they just play off stream. One of the cool things about this is you have the ability on stream to show the players' hole cards, and it provides a different watching experience than just watching a game without that. Okay, so as you can see, you can sort of see, I have a headset on, right? So this is not just a regular like deal poker game. And also these are RFID cards, which are thick. This is not the regular cards that you're used to. So what I'm going to do is sort of bring back my experience from last Tuesday, talk about what it's like dealing one of these things. And I do want to say, even as like, let's pretend I'm not True Poker Dealer, I think it's pretty cool to deal the live stream. Without being specific, the tips are pretty good. Like there's nothing to complain about there. I think the players are aware that they're being watched. And so even the dollar tippers tend to tip more than $1, which is cool. And just being around a more interesting poker game is more fun to be a dealer at than just like a 1-2 no limit, for me at least. So there's that. So, all right, beforehand, as a dealer in one of these things, I have to understand what it is that my responsibilities are at the table. And these responsibilities are not the same as regular dealing responsibilities. First of all, in this game, in order to help with the broadcast, you have to actually announce every single bet amount, because it has to go up in the screen there. And that's what the headset is. I'm just announcing the bet amounts as I go. Makes it a lot harder to have conversations with the players, though, which is sort of a bummer, because being in this setting, a lot of the times the players want to talk to the dealer. With this particular headset, I've got my entire left ear covered, so it's really hard for me to hear what people on my left are saying. And the right side has no headset, so I can totally have conversation with people on that side if I want. But what do you think would be going through your mind, Nancy, if you were to deal a live stream like this with? I think the most that we're watching this one is probably about maybe 1,000 people at any given time, which is a lot.
I don't understand your question.
Like, how would you feel if you were to be dealing, knowing that every single action you took would be immortalized in a video on YouTube, and live there's 1,000 people watching at any given time? I can tell you what it's like for me, but I'm curious what you think about if you were to do something like this. Like, how would it feel to deal a live stream to you?
I mean, honestly, I approach every table that I sit down to deal. I approach the same as far as being focused and just doing the best I can and just being focused.
So do you think it would
Honestly, I
feel?
don't think I would do anything different.
Do you think it would feel the same to be here as it
I
would on
mean,
any other table?
obviously, I don't know. I guess I could compare it to makes me think of the difference how I feel differently. For example, dealing a final table in a WSOP event or something. I feel maybe a bit more. Yeah, just maybe a bit more. I don't know what's the word, robotic or definitely not talking with play. Maybe more focused, more focused. Um,
So
uh,
you sort of say that you feel like you'd be more locked in. By the way, this was a
More
really
locked
interesting.
in, and yeah,
This is
yeah.
this is a really interesting handed deal, as you can see. So I didn't know this as I'm dealing it. You've got pocket aces up against a flop set here of fives, and um, I mean these players are going to end up getting it in this hand, and like you might think, oh wow, that's a lot of money. That's because it's almost like a $20,000 pot. Oh wow, that's a lot of money. Like, what's that feel like? The answer is it feels the same as dealing any other hand. Once you've been dealing poker long enough, the chips just feel like chips. It's just all the same. It's not that part of it's not significant. You're not like feeling more pressure or anything like that by the amount that it is. The largest pot that I think I've dealt on a live stream game is like 85,000, which at the time was the largest one in Texas Card House live history. Back when Bilbo was playing, which is an interesting story, interesting character. And as a dealer on a live stream, because I'm announcing every single bit of action, I'm not personally as connected to the play of the game as I sometimes am. Although when it gets interesting, I do definitely become more interested. But I found that for me, at least, I don't necessarily have the time to be deeply analyzing the players' ranges and stuff in these games when I'm dealing because I have so many responsibilities. Also, this table is freaking huge. Like, I have to reach really far to get to everything on this table. And right here, you see the player goes all in, and I toss the all in button, and the other player calls. And like, I don't know if it's here or not, but I might even have to stand up in order to get all these chips. I believe that I do here. It's but in this moment right here, like this is the easy part for me. This is now I'm just dealing. I'm counting out chip stacks and making sure that I understand that the player had the other player covered and just moving on. And there is a little part of me though, in a situation like this where somebody just got stacked on a live stream for 10 grand. There's a little part of me that feels that empathetically, right? Like, oh man, they just lost 10 grand in that moment. Now I make the assumption that they're on the stream and they can afford to lose it, but I do feel that a little bit. So let's see. What were some of the things that I wanted to make sure that I brought up about this experience here? And I'm going to skip.
I noticed the betting line right away. It's a live.
So they have a betting line that no, it's not.
Live.
It's not a live betting line in that
Not live.
sense.
Oh, I thought it was live.
Well, let me say this. I don't think I've ever seen a situation where it hasn't been live. The quality of player that plays in a live stream and the self-responsibility that comes with playing in a live stream, I think goes way up. So it might actually be a live betting line in that. Let me say this. I was dealing it. I don't think of anything at Texas Card House as having a live betting line in that sense, but because it is so unbelievably nicely built into the table and the location of everybody's stack and where they put their cards and all that stuff is so clean on this table, I do think a supervisor would probably rule in line with the betting line being outside of their working space and into their betting area, if ever there was a need to do that. But I can think of times though when I've been dealing on live stream where a player has taken chips a little bit over the line as they've been counting them out in a seat that had, for whatever reason, it worked that way, and it wasn't taken that seriously either. There's still a clear understanding of when somebody's betting, I think, but interesting. So that was a situation there where I a player had gotten the rebuy and we were waiting for their small chips. So I didn't worry about forcing them to put their $25 small blind in or their $25 blind in until they got their other chips, and then they tossed it across the table to the winner after the fact. So you can see that my pitch right here is sort of careful. So as true poker dealer, when I'm dealing the live stream, I have this mentality going into it that if I make a mistake on here that's significant, I'm going to have to own it. I'm going to have to break it down on my channel. I'm going to have to be like, dealers make mistakes and here's what I did. And look how ridiculous this was. And in the 6 or 7 times that I've dealt this live stream, that hasn't come up yet, but I'm sort of just like happy-go-lucky awaiting the day when I do something that's like a problem and I have to turn it into a video for myself on my channel. And I go into that as humbly as I possibly can. Sort of fun and sort of funny. By the way, on this particular day, so the player that's sitting to my left in seat number 1 made a really funny comment to me as I left. So this particular day, I was not scheduled for the live stream. They've asked me, hey, Mark, can we schedule you for the live stream? I said, because usually when you get scheduled for the live stream, you are starting your shift and you're working a later shift. And I've mostly been working day shift. And so, that means that I'd be starting at 5 p.m. and probably staying until 1, 2, 3 in the morning or something like that, which is not my preference. So I said, I'm not going to worry about the live stream for that. This particular day, it was like 4:30, 4:40. I'm dealing a game and the manager comes up to me and asks, hey, can I cut you from the rotation and have you deal the live stream? So I wasn't scheduled to be doing the live stream this day. I ended up doing it because I was fine with it. And I was helping them out as well. And when I went over there to go deal the live stream, the person who runs the live stream did not know yet that the dealer that was scheduled wasn't coming in. And so in front of everybody, he has a sort of funny conversation with me saying like, well, before I have you deal the live stream, let me find out if we're going to have you deal it as a replacement. I didn't realize that we needed to replace the dealer. And it created this whole interesting context where the player in seat 1 thought I was a replacement dealer, almost like the replacement refs in the NFL at one point or replacement baseball players. And so as I got up and I'm walking away, like me being me, it's just really funny for him to say, for a replacement, you did pretty good. I was like, okay. I was like, thanks. I'm thinking like, whatever. It's pretty funny. Something else that's really funny about this is, I come into a dealing situation at every table with a reputation and a certain amount of being known in the industry. Every single person that plays these streams is known in the industry for playing these streams for the most part. When you get 500 to 1,500 viewers every single week when you play in a game like this, you end up becoming somewhat famous. And so these guys all have like this little bit of a, I play on the live stream edge, like I'm well known. And I find that sort of funny because, there are certain games and situations where the dealer gets treated a little bit differently. And in this case, I'm not saying that they treat the dealers differently, but that story that I just told is a little example of like what I'm talking about, right? Like this is a player that they think a dealer is a dealer is a dealer. There's no chance that the dealer is more famous than I am, something like that. You know what I mean? I think that stuff like that is really funny. And when he said that to me, all I could do is just like enjoy it in a way. Let's see. I'm taking a look at, I did jump to the bottom of the comments now. And if there's relevant comments to the live stream stuff, I will answer questions about the live stream stuff as we go. Your dealing style looks smooth and awesome. Great job, Mark. Let's see.
Well, Mark, is there something you want to say about the RFID protocol, like how they have to place the cards in front of them, how they can peek at their cards and stuff like that?
Yeah. So to that point, it's a great point. Every single hand, and the players are instructed before they sit down how this works. Every single hand, they have to put their cards in a very specific location in order to make sure that the live stream has picked up what they have. And the live stream is done on a delay. So there's the announcers and the people watching are not seeing it in real time. so that we can prevent any type of issue like that. But if for some reason the cards don't get picked up, and it didn't happen in this live stream, but it's happened before, I will get a person in my ear telling me stop the action for a second and tell seat 3 that they have to realign their cards with the live stream location because their cards weren't picked up. And when that happens, everybody at the table, like normally an interruption like that in a poker game would give away information about the player, and it would be like, oh no, that's not okay. But because this is a live stream, everybody understands that they have that, like, this is on TV and that comes first mentality. TV is not the right thing, but YouTube is TV in a way, right? So when that happens, the players just take it in stride because that's on them. They should have done it properly in the first place. And you're choosing to be in a live stream game. You get certain benefits as a result of that, such as being known by people in the room and all that stuff. Getting to watch your play later and, getting to play in that game.
So I have a question. If
Sure.
they do that, if they tell you in your ear to tell the player to put their card back on the RFID thing, how come sometimes when we watch these things, the players' cards are not shown? Like we don't know what they have, or we might know what one of them is because they missed it. So do some streaming channels or stations not tell the dealer to,
So
ask
that's a great question. There's been an evolution of this over time, where when it first started out, like, it was mostly done in like the World Series and stuff like that. And that etiquette that I'm just talking about not bothering a player. So the World Series of Poker decided to start having feature tables where they would show hands for people, and the people that played the World Series or the WPT, they would have to sign a thing saying that they might end up on that table, and those circumstances are those circumstances. But that's an example of a tournament where you don't want to disturb the player under any circumstances because you're taking something and putting it on TV for your benefit if you're running that. It's not every single player that plays that is in this setting where they're going to end up on TV no matter what. So, after the hand, I am assuming in those situations, they go and they tell the person, like, we need you to put your cards here every time they didn't pick it up on the last one. And then the player sort of got away with it like that. But nowadays in a live stream where this is like the only thing that's being done, and it's known that everybody is a part of this on TV from the start of playing in this game, I think that it's a better practice, and Texas Card House has this practice. I think it's a better practice to have that come first and have the player stop what they're doing and put it on there so that we can see what they have. Because the purpose from the casino standpoint, the casinos, the poker room, look, I don't know this to be true. This is now me guessing at something, but I'm guessing that they are losing money in terms of the staff required in order to run this game. The purpose of it, where they get their money back, is in creating a product on YouTube because you got to pay however many people, like commentators, the dealer, the person that runs the game, you got to pay them in order to run this thing. And you're only taking the same amount, as far as I know, you're only taking $13 per hour per player in order to do that. So I don't think they're profiting off of the game itself in this case. I think that the thing they're doing is using this as a brand in order to build themselves up. And that ends up becoming more important for the house than anything in this particular circumstance. That's me sort of speculating and guessing based on what I believe, but I think I'm right about that. Nick, I'll give you your moment. He says, "Hey, Mark. Hey, what's up?" Let me see. Is it better to verbally announce the action on a non-live stream as well? It depends on your poker room. If your poker room tells you to verbally announce it, then you do it. The TDA has gone back and forth about this. At one point they said announce, bet, raise, all in, and that's all that you say. And that's sort of what you said, Nancy, earlier today. Then the TDA actually changed it to announce the specific bets that are not all ins. But that there's a flow and a vibe to that, and I can't answer that universally because it's not universal. That you got to ask your supervisor a question like that in order to find out what to do there. The thing that I do is I still sort of default to not announcing the bet amounts until until it makes sense to do. So if it's $50 and 2 green chips, I'll say 50 if I feel like it. It doesn't matter. 40, I'll say 40. But if it's like $80, I'll let the bet stand until somebody asks me. That's how I deal it. You can say what you think if you want to. I announce actually specific things like raise or re-raise. Yeah, well, you always want to announce raises and you always want to announce re-raise. The question that I'm sort of answering is whether you announce the amounts of them.
I mean, it's at this, I'm so old school, and at this point, if I'm working in a poker room, I ask questions, I ask questions to the management, certain things like that would be one of them. Yeah.
So
It's my understanding, for example, and my biggest pet peeve and example I always like to talk about is because I get so upset about it when I'm playing, is in a no limit game. If someone goes all in and they put their whole stack out there, it's my understanding in no limit that the dealer at that point is not supposed to flinch, breathe, talk, move, look, touch, nothing. Like become like a statue. That's like my old school
now
training. And
nowadays,
when I see a dealer, someone goes all in and a dealer reaches over and starts breaking down that all in and counting it to say to the other player, okay, all in, whatever it is, $94. I just think that defeats the whole purpose of no limit hold'em.
yeah, so I agree with that too. Do what your supervisor says wherever you work. So there's that. But generally speaking, I teach and the industry does teach when a player goes all in, with the exception of throwing an all in button out there, which we do nowadays in a lot of poker rooms. So you don't sit there and not throw the all in button out. You still toss the all in button, but you don't touch the stack until asked, right?
Is it, Mark, have you ever come across a room where that's actually the protocol for that room, where they do want the dealer to break down an all in bet and tell the player how much it is before being asked?
This is what I'll say to that. I have come across multiple poker rooms that are legitimate poker rooms where the management of the poker room does not understand the details of poker well enough. And so people do what they do. And I can tell you that it is frustrating as me to go and play in a room like that. But I'm also very accepting of the truth that that is something that exists in the poker room, because there's no universal cash rules that everybody can easily go to and use. Robert's Rules of Poker tried that a while ago, but it's just not
Right.
complete enough. And there's no universal supervisor training for people to go to. So because of the way that exists, it creates a circumstance where you sometimes get small poker rooms that open in the outskirts of different areas outside of cities, and they don't have a mentor. And because they don't have a mentor, whatever it is that starts happening becomes the habits of the room, and nobody stops it. Nobody even knows any better. They go and they play their poker there. And then when someone from the outside comes in, they might make a fuss about it. But yeah, I've seen stuff like that. And it's more complicated of a problem than everybody getting in line, because there's not as much of an education about how poker should be in those places sometimes for it to even have a solution that's simple. If the managers don't get it, then the dealers don't have any way to even explain it sometimes. Just to answer this question right here, sorry for asking so many questions and not being specific, but I do appreciate your attempt to help me out. Thanks again, Nancy and Mark. You're welcome. No problem at all. When I tell you that I don't have enough information in order to be able to give you an answer, I'm just answering your question the best I can. I created this channel and I'm here just trying to help as much as I can. And I appreciate that you're so curious. No excuse on pushing the pot to the wrong person, and your advice on slowing down is the best one. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it happens sometimes. The pot gets pushed to the wrong person. The very first hand I ever dealt on a live stream, I actually pushed the pot to the person next to the person I was supposed to for a PLO flip, but I didn't push it far enough for it to matter. I was able to just take the entire pot that was clearly not mixed in with anybody's chips, which, by the way, that is a good little habit. Instead of pushing the pot all the way through the person's stack, push it right up to their stack and leave that little bit of space.
Yeah.
And that prevents you from intermingling the chips of a pot with the wrong player's stack. But you can't push it too short. If you push it too short, then the player has to like reach way out to get it, and that's really annoying for them. A lot of stuff here, a lot of stuff to talk about. I appreciate you guys being willing to bear with me for all of this content. Okay, so what else do we got here? So let's see. There was something that I wanted to bring up about dealing a live stream that's specific to live stream. Well, oh, that's what it was. You were talking about the location of the player's cards, and we went on a tangent. They have to put it in the little box in order to make sure that the RFID picks up. Well, also, in addition to that, as a dealer, I've received incredibly specific instructions about where to burn a card and where to bring the flop because the RFID reader is in a particular place. There was actually one hand during this live stream that I dealt where I accidentally burned too close to where the board picks up. And when I brought the flop, because I'm experienced at dealing this live stream, I had to ask in the back, hey, did it pick up that burn card as one of the flop cards? And they said, thank you for asking me that question. It did give me a second in order to properly update what the flop is before you keep going. Meaning the burn card picked up. So I had a three-way all in for like a 20,000 or a little more than a $20,000 pot. One player was in for like $5,000, and we might see that in a little bit. And when that happened, the location where I burned was too close to where the board actually picks up, and that one card for the burn made it into the computer system for what the flop was, and they had to go in and manually fix it.
Why would the RFID have to pick up the flop? You're putting it face up. I don't get that. The cards are face up. I thought the cameras or whatever were only picking up the cards in front of the players.
No, that's not true. The RFID tables capability are the following. By the way, I've been a part of a project where I actually built my own RFID table with a friend of mine. It was really cool being able to do that, seeing what it's like. Like, you cut out the space in the wood, you put the plate there, and then on the felt, you put the little design for it. By the way, on the table here, you can't really see it with this camera, but there is a very subtle drawing on the table for where the cards go for the players.
Before you describe where that is, I have a quick question. When the players put their whole cards there that need to be read, do they get a little like light notification or something that they've been read?
No. As far as I know, they're not aware of it at all. That is a good idea for a little thing to add to the software. But I don't know. Poker's a weird thing because there's not really any money in fixing problems like that. So the only people that are going to build something like that are the ones that already make RFID, and they have to have a motivation to do it. It's a great idea to have a little like red or green LED sensor or something like that, or a LED light that when the cards are read properly, the light shines green, and so the player knows that they've done it correctly. That'd be a pretty cool technology solution, but no, there's nothing like that right now. So they don't know. That would simplify part of that for sure. So to answer the question about the flop, without the RFID being built in to show the flop, you're requiring image recognition to pick it up, which is much more difficult, is a simple answer. So if you force a camera, like the view that you see right here, so I put the flop where the cards go, and then it's able to easily pick it up and put it on that part of the display that you can see with the queen of diamonds, the five of spades, and the five of diamonds.
Okay, I never.
Otherwise they would have to capture a picture of it, and it would have whatever imperfections built into it that it has, or they would use image recognition in order to pick it up.
So
it's
it
just
can
simpler
also
to do it this way.
the RFID can also read it from the back of the card. It doesn't have to be turned over face down.
Correct. Yeah, there's a chip in there, and there's a sensor with the chip, and the reason that this is secure the way that it is because uh, the chip doesn't say King of Spades. The chip says like some number that's already been programmed. So when you have an RFID game, you have to actually sit down with a deck of cards and program what each card is.
Hmm.
And it's like it can be King of Spades equals X47852, right? I'm making that up, but um, someone else with a reader isn't necessarily going to know that. Also, I mean, technically, it's probably possible to figure that out, but it's pretty damn hard. And um, I'm aware that there are safeguards against that type of thing. I'm just not sure what they are. They don't tell me that stuff. But yeah, it's a pretty cool system. There's also a place on the table if you wanted. They don't use this at Texas Card House, but there's a little zone to the left of the dealer, to the left of the board, to the left of the tray, where you could rabbit hunt if you wanted without showing anyone at the game what the card was. You could show the audience if you wanted to. Like,
Right,
there's
right.
stuff like that. But yeah, overall, it's a pretty damn smooth operation nowadays.
But
And
now I get what you're saying about how you accidentally put the burn card where the RFID is.
yeah, that hand comes in like an hour or two.
But
Or
that doesn't affect anything, does it? Because they can't see it. They didn't know. It's on a delay.
Well, correct. The only thing that it did was it made it so that I built accidental suspense for this all in. So you've got three players all in. One player's all in for like 4,950. The other player's all in for like 8 or 9,000. The other player's got them covered. Who calls? I bring the flop. They've all got their hands flipped up because they know that everyone's going to see what the hands are after the fact. So they're just showing their cards. And after bringing the flop, I just make them all wait with 20 grand on the line. Like, that was a little bit like, sorry guys, I didn't say that because we're sort of taught not to apologize. But
But but why did they have to wait? Why did you putting that burn card there mean they had to wait?
because without me, so if from the broadcast perspective, if I'm bringing a flop, turn, and river that don't match with what the system thinks, then it's going to show the wrong hand as the winner using the wrong
Oh,
card from it. It's going to put the
oh,
wrong card on the flop, and like the program itself for the RFID is going to think somebody else won potentially. It's going to send the chips over there that they have it all kept track of, and like all this stuff comes as a result of it.
so
So
is that on here? Like, can you show us that hand where it shows the wrong flop or it shows the wrong board?
all right, I can try. Let's
So
see.
so you're saying on the live stream they showed a different board than's really
No, it
visually what the
because
cards are?
because I brought it up in time, it didn't. But let me try to
Oh,
find
but
it.
you pause the action. I see.
Yeah.
So how did you know? You're dealing. You put the burn down. You're about to put the flop, turn, and river. How did you know that the burn? How did you know that the RFID picked up the burn and
The
flashed
the
it on
answer
the screen?
the answer is because I'm smart. I suspected I might have put it in the wrong place, and
Oh,
so I preventatively asked, like, "Hey, did I do that wrong?" And I
okay.
saved them some headache. So here's the hand right here, and you can see where I do it. Um, by the way, the player Sticky Bush here in seat number 7 with the chain around his neck, really really good guy. He made the comment earlier here. You get to hear some funny stuff as a dealer in the live stream game. He made the comment earlier that he's got his phone totally shut off. He's not going to step away from the table to look at it, which is the only way they're allowed to do that here. And he knows for sure. He said, "I know for sure my dad is watching this and he's pissed at me because of the way that I'm playing." So so he limps, and then it gets raised by Jax to 200, and then gets called by Zane for 200, which is pretty ballsy, with pocket kings, and then you get a few other calls here, and it gets back around to Sticky Bush, who had called the original 50, and like you can see pocket sevens calls here too, and then he just decides to squeeze. Like, he goes queen 3 of diamonds and he squeezes. And in this spot right here, and so like and just so you guys know, I'm announcing 1550, like raise 1550. And so that's part of how they're able to get that up there. And then this player right here is thinking about it, and he ships it all in. I toss the all in button out, and then this player over here with pocket kings is thinking like, I'm in a dream situation right now, right? And he's like, I call. So I put the call button out. And if you guys are at home thinking about how to use that button, that's a great situation to use your call button there. Indicate to everybody at the table that it was a call. Sticky Bush is in with his queen 3. And so here, the thing that I do, right, I took a little bit of a shortcut here. I count out his stack, and I want to build my main pot because I'm on a live stream. Normally I'd probably run this out and not worry about it if I'm at like a 2-5 no limit game at a regular table, unless the poker room requires that I always build every single pot. That was nice of him. He threw me a tip with his excess because we do increments at 25 at a 25, 50 game. The loose change doesn't only apply to $1 chips in 2-5. It also applies to $5 chips here. That was really cool to him. So I'm making this pot right here, and you can see where I put the pot, right? Because there's a lot of chips, and I'm like, there's a lot going on here. Let me bring this. I'm taught in this, in order to avoid this problem, I'm taught to put the pot further to the left so that the burn is not on top of where the board goes. But because I'm distracted and other stuff's going on, I just go here and I burn. And then I'm like, oh crap, let me bring this flop. And that's when I ask, because did you see where I burned? I burned right over the Texas sign. Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
And I pushed it out of the way. And so then I gave him a second. So the graphic never showed up incorrectly because I said it so quickly. And you can see here, he's manually changing it. And then at some point here, he says, okay, go ahead, which means that they've got it. And then we go the rest of the time. And there it is. And I'm curious if it actually shows up properly so it does show up properly in the graphic because it was able to be fixed. And they're able to frame the winning hand and all that stuff on the stream as a result of it, which makes it easy.
And there you go. It's amazing how good hands win in poker.
Yes, that's true. Totally true. Let's see some of these other comments here. This is a regular poker question. I'm going to just limit myself to answering questions right now that are about the stream. Yeah, so I'm comments that are about like dealing a live stream right now is what I'm sort of going to focus on, and I'll do my best to get to the rest of the questions and comments after the fact for sure.
I mean, that was huge right there, Mark. If any of us ever find ourselves dealing a live stream, we're going to learn from that situation that you just did. So we don't have to do that. You did it for us.
They require actual training in order to be able to deal the live stream. Like you have to go through a session to learn the ins and outs of it. Sure. Look, the clearer that you can be as a dealer in terms of announcing the bets and stuff, the easier the job is for everybody to make this thing work properly, which is cool. I give Texas Card House a lot of credit for being able to run this so smoothly too. They do a great job with it, like truly. So let's go back to where we were before. We were like over here or something. What else was going on? One thing that was really interesting in this particular game, like there were conversations that were going on that normally at a table as a dealer, I would be participating in. And because of how busy I am dealing the live stream, I sort of wasn't able to, right? Like at one point they were talking about how, let me move this out of the way. At one point they were talking about how there's a study that was done saying that the best activity that someone who's older can do in order to extend their life is to play tennis. Like they found a study that tennis extends people's lives. And I have my grandmother who passed away when she was 96. like I noticed an enormous difference in her quality of life when she hurt her wrist and had to stop playing tennis at like 89 or 90 years old. She was very much fit in shape, and then really quickly she deteriorated. Normally I would like talk about that, supporting the conversation, but I wasn't able to say anything like that at the live stream game. I'm just too busy. Another thing, like I've had players literally try to start conversations with me, like, cause they're used to, like I deal to them in the regular tables too, not at the live stream. And they're used to a certain flow and conversational style. And like, I do my best to keep up. And then they're like, oh, I guess you can't really talk as much during the live stream. I wonder if
Right.
other dealers are able to talk more than I do with the live stream. I'm curious if that's just my experience in terms of it.
It just seems natural that you have more to take account of, and you have more things going on. So it just makes sense.
And there was one conversation that happened that for me was like it was like the player was teasing me unintentionally. I've I have talked probably 12 to 15 people into getting an Oculus Quest 2, the VR AR headset that's like $300 that Facebook came out with. And JD, the player who's acting right now, he was talking on the table while I'm dealing about having just got one. He's logged maybe 10 hours total with it. And like I couldn't participate in the conversation. Everyone else is just like asking him a bunch of questions. I have like well over 100 hours using the thing at this point and a ton of experience with it. And like, so for me with an Oculus Quest 2, the VR headset, if you haven't used it, it's really hard to understand the context of what I'm about to say. If you have used it, you might understand this and think it's pretty cool. But I have literally changed the way that I go through my life in terms of taking memories of things. I now have this 360 camera that I use to record family memories and stuff. And I store virtual memories where like instead of a picture, you can feel like you were actually there with the video. That's like a 30-second clip to capture somewhere that I was with my kids or something. And like, I didn't really share any of that stuff at the live stream while they're talking about the Oculus because it's just, I'm so busy. That was hard for me because I love where technology is going and stuff like that. But yeah, that's one thing I sort of had to let go of. But I was feeling the pressure of dealing this game the whole time, by the way. Like I did feel the pressure a little bit because I know that I'm True Poker Dealer and I'm on a stream. And it's just, there's something about it that, in any given second, like the cards are tough to deal with, sort of. They're just really thick. Like in between hands the next time, if you watch me collect the cards and try to square them up, it's not nearly as simple as a regular deck. And when you pitch them out, like shuffling these cards is way different than shuffling a regular deck of cards. It's like you're shuffling like blocks of gold. Like these things are really, really stiff. And so I'm trying to get as many hands out as possible. And then pitching these cards, pulling them off the deck is a little bit stickier and challenging, but pitching them is actually pretty smooth because they're like, it's, a block of, what's a good example? Like tossing my phone it's not gonna flip over, right? It's heavier, it's thicker, it's stiffer. So that part of it's not that bad. But yeah, that was a lot of talking I just did. I appreciate your willingness to like be here and participate with all this. Oh, something that the players talk about, the raised elbow space is weird for a lot of people to get used to, they say. It's just like, it's like you're reaching down sort of to get your chips. And the design is great for this, but it also puts you in a situation where you're not used to having to sit so high. And it just creates a totally different experience. You do sort of have to get used to as a player, from what I understand. You have to get used to playing on this table a little bit.
Sure.
Let's see. Another thing that was a little bit different about this, there's nowhere to put a tip box on this particular table. So when they tip the dealer, you either have like a fanny pack that you put it in, where you've got the headset, you've got the walkie-talkie radio thing attached to your, like clipped on your belt. There was one hand where mine went flying and I just had to keep dealing. But the Like sometimes you just take the tips and you keep them in the little well for a little bit, and then you pull them with you when you leave, which is what I ended up doing. They didn't have.
you, you brought back so many memories for me of all the
Yeah.
different. We used to have anything from like a cardboard box under down at near our feet, and or like I don't know, all kind of little buckets and I don't know, iced tea pitcher, whatever, all different kind of things. And I love those poker rooms where the old school where the dealer gets a tip and puts it in his shirt pocket. Like thank you, like in Vegas or something on that.
That's one of those things for me where that like I first saw that before. So after I'd learned to deal poker and before I was True Poker Dealer on YouTube and gaining all this perspective about what it's like in different places. And the first time I saw dealers put it in their like shirt pocket, I was like,
Me too.
yeah, because you just learn how wrong something like that is, and then that's literally the procedure, and you're like not sure what to do now. Like that part was pretty funny. You can also see right here. So you can see between my arms is a Poker Atlas setup. Have you ever used Poker Atlas?
Mm-hmm.
So Poker Atlas is the software that this particular room and a lot of other rooms use in order to manage their players and everything. It doesn't play that much of a role while you're dealing at this table. Like you just basically have to make sure that the players are swiped into the table. And the floors handle most other things. But, you know, there was one time when I was dealing this where I had to call a chip runner to get a buy-in. Oh, one thing that you have to do in these games is you do have to communicate every time somebody adds on to their stack. And the players all know that they're not allowed to just add on without communicating to the dealer. That has to be told to the back of the house so that they end up realizing, like, to update the stack size that you can see right now on the left where it says 22,625, 9,075.
Right.
So that we can keep that stuff accurate.
Are there any differences between Bravo and Poker Atlas that are?
So Bravo, maybe like 5 years ago, changed from this like Impress black and white panel to a color panel that's a touch screen. I've never actually used the touchscreen version. So the last time I used Bravo was that panel. Poker Atlas, I have used their touchscreen at Texas Card House. So I actually can't say really what the differences are for a dealer using the new version of Bravo. But I can say that from what I understand, this is still true. The tournament is much smoother nowadays using Poker Atlas than using Bravo.
I'm okay.
What do you think of what I'm saying there?
I'm gonna guess, and I'm talking about cash games in the poker room and not tournaments, but because we don't use Bravo at all for tournaments, we only use Bravo for cash games. And I'm gonna
Wait. What do you use for tournaments then?
we don't log players in and out.
Okay, so the room is still displaying the clock and stuff using Bravo, but you're not worrying about logging anybody in. You use seat cards and stuff like that, correct?
What do you mean?
So in the room that you're talking about, how are they displaying the clock for the tournament?
On the TVs around the room?
Is that using the Bravo tournament clock display?
Oh, uh, I
Most like the
I believe so.
WSOP, yeah. So it's that old Windows 2000 looking display with the tournament clock and all that stuff. That's what you're seeing, correct?
Right.
So, and then when a new player comes to the table, or when you knock a player out, what do you do as a dealer? Do you throw a seat card into that open seat?
Yeah, and it's just up for the floor to update the clock at the computer.
So Poker Atlas, you have to know how to use the system. But if you know how to use the system efficiently, they have all that stuff solved for technology. You don't need seat cards anymore.
Oh,
And it's actually pretty damn smooth. That's all I was trying to say for tournament. Yeah.
yeah, I get it. I see where, yeah. So Bravo, we don't do anything for tournaments like that in any room I've been in. But the thing that Bravo might do differently than Poker Atlas for the cash games is have more information on that touch screen, the new Bravos that are helpful, say, to the room. For example, you can lobby players, or you could put players in as a guest, or you could call the floor, call the cocktail waitress. Maybe
Yeah,
Poker
you
Atlas
can
doesn't
do
do
all
all
that.
of that.
You can do all that stuff with Poker Atlas too.
It
They have it
can.
all
That
built
was
in.
okay. That was my
Yeah.
question.
Yep. And I did call a chip runner at one point to this game to help get a buy-in. I have called the floor to the live stream table before for something that's like a small request type of thing. By called the floor, I mean push the F button. You can actually see in the bottom right of the screen, there's 4 little blue buttons. That's what those are. You can put people in as a guest. You can put them in as lobby. But the way that Texas Card House runs the room, that's not how the room is. So you don't worry about any of that stuff because you're not taking a rake. The players are paying time. So you're just paying for the seat, and it doesn't matter if you're at the table or not. You still have time taken out while you're occupying the seat. That simplifies a lot. Actually, it's just a coincidence because the nature of poker in Texas is pay per seat, get a membership in order to be in the club, pay per seat. That's how they make it allowable. But one of the unintentional positive consequences of that is the players stay in their damn seat. Like, it's amazing how I have worked there so much and pretty much never, maybe one time, had to deal with third man walking.
Because you're paying
Like,
for time.
yeah, you're paying for your seat. So like, you don't want to be paying $13 per hour and not be there. Whereas in a raked game, you're not paying for your seat. So you can sort of be more selfish and it doesn't matter, right?
We have rooms like that here in Georgia. Like we call them charity rooms, but they same idea as Texas, I think. You pay an entry fee, you pay for your time.
Interesting. Just to say it right here, you can see that I'm shuffling directly over the location where the board goes. That the software has it set up and the hardware has it set up where that doesn't affect anything. Totally fine
How does that
with
work?
RFID. I don't know, but
So,
I do know that it doesn't matter. I'm not
interesting.
sure what triggers. Like maybe it takes 4 scanned hands to count. I don't know what they're doing in the back of the house, or I don't know if it's a software that just handles it all on its own.
Interesting. But I get what you're saying about Poker Atlas. So now with tournaments, it can immediately update the system that a player just got knocked out or sat down.
Yeah, it's pretty smooth actually. You can bust a player, you can add a player to a seat, and the supervisor can see all the open seats in a tournament from the computer, which is nice. This comment right here, based on what we were talking about, I'll say timed hourly seats are the best model. I don't know that I fully agree with that. One thing that the players say that's pretty interesting is when you're paying for your time, then you are often using like a credit card or something like that, and that racks up, and you become incredibly aware as a player of how much you're paying to be in the room. Bringing that awareness to the players is not necessarily a positive thing for poker. It's just the only option that they have. If
And
it's a
then, mhm.
Well, I'm just saying people like talk about how much comes out of their bank account for paying time every month.
Yeah,
You know,
and I've been told that it's most people think it's a positive thing because of their uh, how do you say, taxable income or whatever, that always use their credit card for that because they can write it off and things like that.
well, so that is interesting. Like if you're talking about how to properly identify how much wins and losses and how to offset it properly and all that stuff, it does make it a lot easier for the poker player to have that. But it also brings that attention to it. From the casino's perspective, taking a rake, I think, is still smoother than paying time. There's pros and cons to both, but this is an interesting hand right here, by the way. You've got turn 2 pair for both of these players. Rom is a pretty strong player who had just sat down at the table recently, and um, you know he's faced with $1,050 bet on the turn here, and he's just improved his hand. And this was he's led into, so the other player acted first. Now, as this is going on, as the dealer, I don't know what the cards are, and I'm also not, like, some of these guys are getting up and missing a hand or two and taking a look at what a previous hand was on the stream just to get that information. They don't do it too often, but I have no idea what these guys have throughout the entire time I'm dealing, because I don't have any way to find that out unless they show me. And you can see here it goes raise, all in, call, and all of a sudden we've got a $20,000 pot. And as the dealer, whenever there's all ins like that, you have to get permission to bring the rest of the board. And in this case, anyway, I mean, if I were to just bring it, fine, whatever. But it's better to actually communicate in that situation. And so we can see in this case right here that this pot goes to the ace-9, and I got to count out the small stack and display it properly and all that good stuff.
So Sticky was like a yo-yo in this game.
Oh yeah, huge yo-yo. He was possibly the nicest person at the table too.
Giving Dad a heart attack.
Yeah, it was a really funny line. My goal as I'm breaking all these chips down is to make this as smooth as possible for everybody at the table to tell what the exact amount is. And you can see I break it down and I count it, and then I start arranging the chips so that when I communicate it to them, they can tell what's what. Yep. And then it's a very simple question of asking him to give the amount that we've counted out.
Yep.
Which he does.
It's a time saver, and it doesn't, cause any issues and contention, and it's just a great thing to do, and it just takes a few seconds.
Yeah. Yep, those are the big chips. There are $1,000 chips, by the way. They have the sort of lightish bluish, slightly oversized chips are 1,000 each. The pinkish chips are 500 each. Then you got your black $100 chips, and yeah, it's cool.
What was that tip? What'd you get? What'd you get for that?
He threw $20 there. It was really nice of him.
Was Sticky like the biggest tipper at the table?
Can
we say this publicly?
I don't know how to answer that properly. Sticky was generous, and I feel like dealing this game, the players all have a certain appreciation for a good quality dealer. I don't know what the tips would be like for somebody that made mistakes. I don't know how that would go. I'm going to be honest and say that sometimes I feel like the dealers in non-Texas Card House live streams that I've watched, not including Bicycle is always good. Sometimes I feel like the dealers at some of the other properties that deal live stream aren't as good as I would expect. I've seen some weird stuff, and I don't really know what to say to that, but I can say that, dealer training in general is just a tough thing, and getting things right is tough.
Oh, I know what to say about that. Good help is hard to find, and that's what Nancy's doing here. Because everyone who's watching this, everyone who's thinking about becoming a dealer and wants to have a good job, making really good money and having a really good time and meeting a lot of great people. I mean, this is it. And the world is your oyster. There's so many openings right now, and we need good dealers. I mean, it's just frustrating. I've seen it too, watching the live stream, like bad dealers. We need good dealers. And the better dealer you are, the more money you make. And that's huge.
That's absolutely true. And it comes down to a foundation of being solid and accurate and clean in what you do, and then being likable after that. Something else that's interesting about dealing this live stream for me is, so I don't have the sound up right now, so you can't hear the announcers that for the broadcast of this, it's on a delay. There's commentators that are people that I work with that are dealers in the room, and they're really good guys. It's Ben and Derek did the announcing on this, and I never know if they're going to bring me up, but I've actually gotten a nice little benefit from dealing the stream sometimes, where they do talk about me and True Poker Dealer and the channel and the ability to learn how to deal on the course and all that stuff. And I'm very appreciative. But I've also had circumstances where I'll do something and then they'll question, like, did True Poker Dealer just make a mistake? And like, it's really funny going back and watching it sometimes. And I sort of laugh at what some of those conversations end up being. In this particular stream, I do want to give a big thank you to Derek and Ben for bringing up the fact that they both learned from me. Ben, who has made his way in the industry as a dealer, done exceptionally well, and then ended up becoming one of the commentators here. He was actually my very first member of a paid membership for True Poker Dealer. And that's just a cool little story where, I ended up helping him work his way into Texas Card House Dallas as a dealer. He would have been able to do it on his own, but he ended up speeding himself up a little bit by going through me. And and Derek also learned from my content, and they're both very appreciative to me for that. And that was really nice to like hear them talk positively about me in the live stream with the sound. They also do an excellent job of handling the commentating of this. It's much more interesting to watch this with them talking. Derek has been playing 2-5 and like pretty deep games for a long time, and he's breaking down the play and he's pretty on point with it. And Ben is doing more of the color and like talking about the situations, and they do a great job together. Greg used to do it in the past too, breaking down the play. I actually interviewed him on my channel. There's really great people that have been participating on this live stream all the way around. So, this is not if you're watching this on my channel for the first time, this is not really what it's like watching a live stream. You're listening to pretty cool commentation as well by a couple of great guys. And just to emphasize this, Ben and Derek are great. They also referred me to your channel. Appreciate that very much, and totally makes sense. These guys are real appreciative of the fact that I created True Poker Dealer. They were able to learn from it. So I'm glad that comment came through from Benjamin just here.
I want to see more Sticky Bush. I know.
I
want to watch. He's playing a lot of different hands, and it's like, what's the next thing this guy's going to do?
So what do you think? It's 4-bet to 1550. Do you think he's going to call? Yeah, he is.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah. By the way, people ask me who's the best player at the table pretty frequently. JD, the guy right there who's heads up against Sticky Bush, has consistently seemed to be the strongest player in this game. I mean, the way that he figures out what to do and all that stuff is just so on point, at least from what I've seen and from what I hear from other people. And there are some good players in this game. But JD just consistently seems to be the man when it comes to...
So let's see. JDC bet Sticky completely whiffed, and Sticky is gonna float to SC bet and try to represent something because he's never gonna have anything.
Yep. And you can see right here, he's checking for a heart, but like as a player against him, he's such a solid player. You're just like, is he messing with me? Is he looking just because he already have a flush? Like, because he's JD, you just don't know.
And a check.
And he checks with the overcard. He just got called on his bet. So in ace is totally in Sticky Bush's range, 1550 pre-flop. And he's not betting a small amount here. This is very possibly a value bet, is my less experience than JD's perspective in poker. 1,750. You've got kings. Now you got the king of hearts here. It makes it a lot easier to call, of course, because if you're wrong, you still got a way out. But you also know you're probably faced with another bet on the river, right? Because if an ace is betting the turn here, there's a good chance that ace is betting the river too. But the question is what's going to happen here. So maybe I shouldn't give JD credit yet because he hasn't won the hand yet.
Well, if JD didn't have the king of hearts, Sticky would have got away with it.
Hard to say against JD. So here he makes a bet. It's 3,000. And do you consider this to be a tough decision? Because I do. If you're JD here, this is like a soul read, right? Like, I mean, I'm making stuff up. I am certainly not as experienced at ranging players and all that stuff, but I do think that some other players too could decide correctly here. Does JD make this call or not
against Sticky?
Yeah, does he make this call or not against Sticky Bush? That's the question.
Against
right?
Mr. ATC, could have any two cards. You're like, oh, could he have an ace? Could he have two?
as the dealer,
I'm calling all day
as,
long.
as the dealer, I
I'm not
have,
good at
well,
folding though. That's why I'm a dealer.
oh, that is a great lesson. And he does make the call, and I was just sort of adding a little bit of suspense. I knew what happened here. And then he shows down the kings and the 6-5. When he tabled the 6-5 straight away, as a dealer, it's interesting. Like, what do? Do you frame the hand right away, and therefore give the other opponent an opportunity to decide whether to show down, or do you wait a second and make it so that the other player has to read it themselves first? There's not an exact answer to that as dealing, right? You know what I'm saying, right?
What did you call that? You used a term.
Do you frame the board right away?
Framing the board. Framing the board.
Yeah. So here, I'll show. So there's this moment right here, right? He makes the call and then he tables the hand. Okay. As the dealer in this exact moment, do you, as a dealer, frame the board immediately and therefore point out the fact that it's an ace? What is it on this board? It's an ace, jack, 9, 6-5 is this player's hand, right? Do you frame the board immediately and make it even easier for his opponent to determine whether or not he's won, or do you wait a second?
I don't. What does true poker dealer say?
Well, hold on. Give your full answer first. So what do? You just don't frame the board at all?
I do not frame the board immediately. I give it a second.
So true poker dealer. um, what I do is I understand that it is my responsibility to frame the board. And in these situations, I sort of maximize the fact that even the most experienced dealer has to actually figure out what the board is to frame. So there's no expectation on a dealer to frame a board within 2.1 seconds, right? If you frame a board within 10 seconds, you are essentially doing your job. So I sort of maximize that amount of time in a situation like this. So I do frame the board. And if somebody says, "Why didn't you frame the board?" Like, I was about to, right? It's an
Right.
easy answer. So giving the opponent that few seconds, which JD in this case isn't going to make a mistake here, but giving the opponent those few seconds to read it incorrectly, where there's that gray area, I think is a smart way to handle this personally in these types of situations where a player quickly tables a high card hand where it sort of looks like it could be a straight if you're not truly paying attention. Like if the ace on this board was a deuce, then it would be a 6-high straight. And that is actually a move of poker players to try to win a pot by confidently tabling a bad hand after getting called. And look, I'm not trying to be a part of anybody's angling, but I'm also not trying to violate the one player per hand rule. So I create this little gray area where I frame the board on a delay. You don't want to wait too long. It's just a reasonable amount of time to realize what it is. And I will, in this situation, pretend like I'm trying to see if there's a straight or something like that, even though I know exactly what the hand is as soon as I see it.
I mean, on one hand, you can say that some people, and I don't think Sticky's doing it, but that some people would throw it over quickly, and confidently. But on the other hand, the other person in the hand is stalling, showing their cards. So you could,
Well, you can say they're stalling, but they called the
or
bet.
might be,
So
or they might.
traditional showdown etiquette is the casino would actually force the first player to show their hand or muck.
But he did. I'm just saying. See, he
Yeah.
threw over his cards. I get it. Like he threw over his cards really quick. I'm saying that. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah. You're saying the
like
other player sort
after
of generally
after
delays
the
it on purpose. Yeah.
yeah, a delay after the one person show, he's delaying, and you're talking about should the dealer delay, and you and
Well,
I
it's
both
right.
agree that
Yeah.
yes, give it a
You
couple
delay
seconds.
you delay a little bit there. You do still frame it. When I go to frame it, if I pick up on the fact, like say I wait 4 seconds instead of 10 seconds, right? Which 10 might be too long. If I wait 4 seconds and I start to go to frame it, before I make any motion to go framing it, I will sort of peek over at the opponent to see if they're paying attention to me. And if they're not, and they seem like they're about to take an action, such as tabling their hand or mucking their hand, I will delay myself slightly more to allow them to complete that first. But man, is this subtle. Like,
Right.
The reason that I do stuff like that is just because I don't want to be in a situation. It's preventative dealing. I don't want to be in a situation where um, everyone at the table saw that the player was about to muck, and then I framed the board and it changed that. So I try
Mhm.
to avoid that exact bang bang happening. But I mean, these are things that, like, if you're new, this is not where your focus can be yet. You have to
It's
sort of,
it's so subtle. So what do you
yeah.
tell, Mark? What do you tell your brand new dealers?
I tell my brand new dealers to I tell them to frame the board when the hand is tabled, as long as that's the rule in the casino. I mean, there is a whole debate in WSOP as to whether or not you're supposed to wait until all hands are tabled to frame the winning hand.
Mhm.
It's a totally separate conversation. Personally, I think it's just simpler to just frame it as soon as it's tabled. So I would say at the showdown, you frame the winning hand out of the currently tabled hands. But if a rule specifically says to do it a different way, you do that. So that's a separate conversation. Um, but for a new dealer, it almost doesn't matter that much because they're going to be slower at figuring out what the hand is anyway, a lot of the time. Um, I mean, yeah, when a player tables their hand, let's keep things moving and frame it. And then if you run into the circumstance we just talked about, you sort of learn from that and maybe you come up with your own solution like we're talking about. Because I don't know about you, but nobody taught me the thing that I just said that I do. I figured it out based on solving a logic problem, right?
Right. And
And
mhm.
no, go ahead, go ahead.
And this reminds me too of another scenario that I see a lot. Um, so when a player on one side of the table tables their cards face up, like what Sticky just did, um, you know how some casinos they want you to bring the the shown hand. I can't find any words
Oh, to the
over
middle?
to the middle so that everyone at the table can see. Because yeah, he's shaking his head. I'm so glad because as I'm kind of like I'm super fast, right? I'm pretty fast, and so I tend to just the hands over, and I tend to just go shoot, 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 shoot. But on the other hand, it's kind of nice to bring it over to the middle so that everyone at the table can see what was shown. How do you feel about that?
Um, I think that the best overall solution for poker in general is for the hand to be tabled sort of where the betting area for that player is, or directly in front of the player, and just leave it there because everyone should be able to. If you're at a poker table, you should be able to see what the hand is everywhere at the table. And if a player asks, "Hey, what did they have before I take it and muck it?" Because they couldn't see it, then I'll bring it over to the center, and
Right,
that's the
and
only scenario where I do that.
I feel so much better because that's what I do. That's exactly what I've always done. And when I see dealers in some casinos bring every single hand over, I just kind of thought, well, that is how they were taught in that room. And it's like a casino
So
camera
I don't
protocol thing that I've never done because I'm kind of unorthodox and,
no, I think that you do it the traditional way. And I think that the whole bringing the hands over to the center started just because of the TV broadcast. Because when you have a WSOP broadcast, there is a need. Like I don't know if you think of it this way, but procedurally, they're making the dealers wait when there's an all in to bring the board. Um, that's because back then they didn't have RFID originally. So the only thing they could do was capture what the hands are in the camera shot. And in order to get it in the camera shot, you have to bring both hands into the camera shot. So you move them to the middle, you have there be the hands and the board. Again, this is before RFID existed. And it created a thing where people would watch that on the broadcast and then they would start doing it in regular games. And then it became a habit. That's what I think happened, where people actually thought to do that. And it's really annoying. That is the one thing that I like. I think that's the habit that causes pots to be pushed to the wrong player more than anything else. I think all
Hmm.
the other habits combined, when you leave the hand in front of the associated player, you push the pot to that person and then you get the cards. That's a better procedure here. yeah, there's definitely pots that have been pushed to the wrong person because of that thing that ended up making its way into the industry. And no, I don't recommend ever doing that. I don't recommend bringing them to the front. When I see dealers do that in rooms that I'm working at, I tell them stop doing that. Unless the room wanted them to for some reason, but I've never heard of that. There is a sort of unrelated. I'm gonna just acknowledge this comment for a second. Can you compare being a dealer in U.S. and Europe, and where are you from? I've never. Right. I've never dealt outside of, I'll leave it up for a second. I've never dealt outside of the US. At this point, I'm pretty experienced with the different variations in the US, and I have familiarity through conversation with people through my channel, because I have people that learn to deal poker from all over the world from my channel, but I don't have actual hands-on experience other than like what the people at the TDA say who work in Europe and Asia. So I can only briefly get into like what it's like being in the USA versus Europe, but not meaningfully enough for me to be able to tell you the difference. So I'm going to say I just know that there are some subtle differences, but for the most part, it still feels like poker in both places. And as Nancy was implying, some places, it's actually not most places that do that though in Europe. It's just it's less than all of them do that. But it is pretty cool watching some of the dealers deal poker out of a shoe, basically. I mean, when you time it, it actually is quicker. I'd be curious to learn that procedure sometime, but I haven't gotten to that point yet. So let's see what else happens here as I'm dealing. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else that I wanted to cover about what it's like being in the box here with these guys. I feel like they're all pretty respectful, and
well, one thing is you're putting the turn in the river right next to the flop, as opposed to the other way where you put it down in front of you and push it up. But you don't have room to do that.
Well, because the location of the RFID. So the thing that you're saying, just you said that sort of in a shortcut way. When I typically deal, I'll burn the turn, or I'll burn the card before the turn, and then I'll flip the card face up on the table in front of me, and then push it up to where the turn goes, instead of just bringing it directly to that location. I consider both of those to be correct, by the way, just burning and bringing it directly to that location, or flipping it and moving it up. But when I typically deal, I slide it up. That's just my style. But on this particular table, because there's a location where these things are supposed to go, I just put it right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's very true. There's conversation that happens at the table too, that like there was one hand where seat 1 wanted to know what seat 9 had, and that they asked the question like, are you going to show me now, before they mucked? Are you going to, when they won the pot, are you going to show me now, or do I have to wait until the stream to see it? And they were told you got to wait until the stream, which I thought was pretty funny, which is like 20 minutes later, but there's a lot of like, there was one time where the player in seat 9, the player to my right, in a different live stream, there was a bet that the players at the table made, where they bet him that he couldn't run, I think it was 5 miles in, maybe it was like less than 55 minutes or something. And then they asked all these stipulating questions, and I think it was for like $5,000 or $2,500 or something like that. And so like I'm dealing there, and nobody at home knows that they're making this like sort of side bet, and I'm listening to the whole thing. And that part, like stuff like that's pretty fun to be a part of the live streams. I don't remember exactly what the bet was, but I do sort of call him track star nowadays when I deal to him, because he did a cool thing. I think it was 5 miles in 50 minutes or something like that. And he's not a runner. Like he's just a guy that's in decent shape. And what he did was he asked, can I do it on a treadmill? And he set the treadmill to have it be just under the time, because you don't have to use any willpower to run faster or slower when you're on a treadmill. You just have to keep up with the pace. And he was able to do it, which is like, I thought that was really smart, like a smart way to handle a side bet. You're getting bet like you can't do this thing. It's like, well, I can set the treadmill, and as long as I don't fall off, I win. Like, Because I asked him later on one of the tables, like, did you do it? He's like, yeah, here's how I did it. I thought that was really funny, actually.
That's awesome.
Yeah. That was Zane that did that. Let's see. So who do we got? Sticky Bush with no piece of this $1,250 pot. These are pretty big dollar amounts too. By the way, in these games, they are allowed to straddle and restraddle and restraddle and restraddle. There was not one single straddle the entire time I dealt this time, which was really interesting.
That's surprising.
Yeah, well, because they've already got 25, 25, 50. But yeah, normally there's like straddles and stuff. I didn't have a single one this entire time. And that is one of the things that I have to communicate, that there's a straddle anytime that there's a straddle as well.
And some games have enough action. There's enough action. You don't really need a straddle.
Yeah, and I think that that's part of what's going on here.
My favorite no action story about that is it was at the Palm Beach Kennel Club in Florida, and I was dealing I think it was a 2-5 game, and it was really slow, super slow game, and the dealer I was dealing, and I absolutely instigated, and I said, guys, this game needs a rock. And everybody laughed. But like everyone laughed, but like they actually did it. So they get the rubber band, they make a rock. And for those of you who don't know what a rock is, it just kind of creates an automatic straddle that goes around the table, whoever wins the pot. Okay, but I digress.
Well,
it created a lot of action and it worked. And all of a sudden, this game blew up and it worked. And the best part of this story is I went home, came to work the next day, and the game was still going on. It had never broke. And then the day after that, they banned the rock.
That's pretty interesting.
This is a true story.
So there's a couple of responses that I have to get to that. Number one, when you come up in Manhattan underground games like you did, stuff like that is actually a benefit. It's nice when a dealer is intelligent and can make the game better, is a simple way to say it. In casino as a dealer, it happens a lot, and I'm not going to say that you did anything wrong by my account, but in a more strict room, they wouldn't want. The guy had quads here, by the way, which I didn't find out until I saw this later. In a more strict room, they wouldn't want a dealer initiating a thought like that. That's supposed to be the players that do that, because it creates a dynamic where the players at the table that don't want that feel a social pressure where now they have to go along with it. Otherwise, they're going to be the bad guy, and you end up having people that may or may not come back as a result of that. Because now the house influenced something about the game. At Palm Beach Kennel Club, it's if I understand it right, I haven't been there a whole lot. I've never worked there in West Palm Beach, I think it is. At Palm Beach Kennel Club, it's more of a looser like room, if I understand correctly.
It is.
So something like that is not as significant in a room like that, but I feel the obligation to just make sure that dealers across the country are not offering rocks to their games that are slow, because you can get yourself into trouble. Yeah.
And I said it as a joke. Let's not,
Yeah, totally. Well,
I said that straight off. I was just telling a joke. I was not instigating action.
That makes sense. I understand what you're saying. Being like, hey guys, your game's real fun, right? I like that. That's pretty good.
Those are bonus tips. Those are bonus tips that everyone will get in the dealer training courses. They'll get these bonus tips of how to keep the game running for 2 straight days.
Right. And that is a cool thing when you can get that. You can see here right now, if you look at my hair, this is just a funny thing that I'm pointing out. I noticed it later. My hair is like going up because the way that I have the headset in, and I was unaware, but the whole time I looked like I was Kramer on Seinfeld because of the way that my hair is sort of going up. It's sort of a funny thing to go back and see that later. Like, it's not that noticeable, but if you were there live, like, I probably would have looked like I just had hair popping up in the front. You
can't tell from the camera.
I mean, you're right a little bit though. I was aware of it when I went into the bathroom mirror and like saw that I was looking a little funny, but
Maybe the headset was keeping it down.
well, no, the headset pushed it up in the front because like you put the see this, it's like you put the headset up and then it does that.
Oh well, that's a how do you
Yeah,
say? It's a new style.
right. Thank you
Like
for the
like
support.
guy. What is it? The man bun. It's kind of like the man bun, and when it goes up a little bit in front.
I've
So
got
you're
that
just
too. Yeah. Um, let's see what else happened here that was interesting. The waitresses come by. They're sort of like quiet and scared. They're not really supposed to have snacks at the table. The fact that he was eating there, I guess I didn't notice it at the time. I'm supposed to tell him not to do that.
because of COVID.
No, it's because this is the live stream felt and they protect it a bit more.
Oh,
Yeah, they don't want they don't want food or even water on this because there's electronics in the table.
but can players eat food at the regular
They're
tables?
not supposed to eat at the regular tables. I actually don't think they allow it at the regular tables, but they do. We're sort of passive about snacks on the regular tables. Typically in poker over the years, people have allowed stuff like that, but nowadays not as much. But um,
I miss
uh,
it. I miss
yeah,
those little tables that they pull up next to you and you can order like a whole meal. I miss it.
yeah, I'm with you on that.
I have blood sugar issues. So when I'm playing and I get hungry, I'm just miserable.
You're not the only one. There are a lot of players that do miss being able to eat at the table. In Texas Card House, it's actually handled fine though. They have a bar area that's very close in the room where people they go there to eat. There's a couple tables that are set up for eating as well, and so there's not really a food service at Texas Card House. It's like people order DoorDash and Uber Eats and stuff like that. They deliver it to the room. It just shows up. They announce on the microphone that your food's here, and the waitresses they will like the waitresses might order food for somebody. I don't know if they do that or not all the time. I know at one point they were. Um, because it's an opportunity for them to get tips, and why not help a player that wants to do that? But like we don't really make any food of our own at Texas Card House in Dallas, just because the room's not big enough for that, as it turns out. It's the only room that I feel like I've ever been at, by the way, where it's full every single day. Just like it's mind blowing that they fill it every day. They don't have the ability to expand. The politics in Dallas are very complicated, so they can't just like expand and build a room somewhere else. They're sort of stuck with what they're stuck with, and we do our best to fit as many tables in there as possible. But like just it's packed in there every day. It's really cool actually to be a part of that.
Yeah, and that's something, I'm assuming if people are watching this and they're interested in dealing, um, that's just, it's huge concept that poker is, it's just huge. There's so many games all over all the time. And
So yeah, I was gonna say
job,
that.
job security forever,
Yeah,
no matter what. Pandemic. I don't want to mention other catastrophes that might happen, but the poker game will keep going on.
right. It's this never ending like thing that has life constantly breathed into it. Ooh, I'm gonna quiz you. Okay, this is sort of a challenging question, but over the last 4 years, what has contributed more than anything else, in my opinion, so it's an opinion, to poker continuing to thrive? In my opinion, what has been the most positive influence for poker? So we'll go back to like 2004 and we'll say the pocket cams, where you could actually see what someone had in a hand, really had a huge impact, and online poker expanded it a bit. I'm going to ask you, what recent thing has really impacted the popularity of poker, in my opinion?
Wow. I have to think about that.
There's
Before COVID, so
there's
about 4 years ago.
but it's still going on today, and it's having a very positive impact on poker in terms of generating new players and
I'm gonna
generating
say
enthusiasm for the game.
I'm gonna say live stream.
Live stream is not number one, but live stream is definitely a positive thing for poker.
I hear young players talk about live stream a lot. They'll be
Yep.
like live at the bike and this and that, and
Yeah,
they're talking about
definitely
it
helps.
a lot at the table.
So I'm because you hit a good answer that's not the answer that I was going to give. I'm just going to answer the thing that I believe has had an immensely positive impact on poker has been poker vlogs. When you have you watched any of the poker vlogs?
Yes. Yeah.
So, you know,
And I
I
think
was
that was kind of where I was going with this, was social media and internet. Yes.
right. So poker vlogs are excited poker players who are great storytellers on YouTube, right? So there's this enthusiasm that when, especially Brad Owen when he was starting out, Andrew Nemi, and more recently guys like Next Gen Poker and stuff, who play a lot in Dallas. You know, I've dealt to Brad Owen, I've dealt to Andrew Nemi, I've dealt to and had a meeting with Next Gen. These guys are so good for poker. Um, yeah, like Rampage Poker is another good example. I've emailed him back and forth a little bit as well. Like the enthusiasm that they bring to the game is just so good for poker, and it's really cool that like YouTube has created a platform where this can exist, and people just sort of jump in and they just make people care and excited.
It's funny you said that, because I'm going to show you a photograph. I'm looking, keep talking, and I'm going to find this photograph.
Gotcha. So the way that it works from what I can see is because they're such engaging content creators, they have these YouTube channels where you can watch out of a 8-hour session of theirs, you'll get to watch like their 12 most significant hands. And a lot of the people that are watching this know exactly what I'm talking about. And you can sort of vicariously play with them. These are real hands, which makes it even cooler. And you get the opportunity to hear their thought process. Now, something really nice about their thought process, and I'm going to say this bluntly, these guys that are poker vloggers are not poker pros. So they have more of a regular you and I way of thinking about poker, and there's still stuff to learn from them, but it's not so GTO complicated. And they explain it in a way that's more exciting for somebody to hear. They can relate to it. Um,
That's a good
and
point.
Yeah, like making it relatable to get excited about poker is such a valuable thing. Were you able to find that picture yet?
No, but I will. Just be a second, because I
No, no
realized
problem.
it'll be quicker for me to go through my Facebook than my gallery.
Gotcha. I'm gonna answer this then.
Yeah.
Is there high rivalry? Samuel says, is there high rivalry between dealers? I mean, are there many dealers, and is it hard to get good paid casino in the US? Um, no, everyone sort of works together because you run the room. Like a good poker room is going to have each dealer go one table at a time until they've got to all the tables of the room in that given day, and you're not really competing with the other dealers. Once you're all hired, you're more of a team. um they're like, it's not like you can win as a dealer in your own company.
It's
uh
also it's also kind of just the opposite. When you're a new dealer coming in, the other dealers are like, oh, "Thank goodness we have more help, because I'm tired."
Yeah, when your poker room runs a short staff, then they're constantly putting pressure on their current staff to meet the expectations of the business, which means longer hours and everything. It took about a year, honestly, a year for Texas Card House to get to where I would consider them to be properly staffed, and it was quite the demand on the people that were really excited to work in Texas Card House up until that point. But like I asked somebody, what's the longest you ever dealt in a row? And his answer was 36 hours. And I was like, damn, like that's pretty amazing.
Oh yeah,
Uh, Steve says the vloggers. Yep, exactly.
I gotta find this picture of this vlogger.
No problem. All right. I am going to go back now and take some time while we're sort of watching the rest of this to get the questions that I hadn't gotten to before. Um, let's see where I left off.
I'm so.
This question is, what about something on an app like Poker Atlas where room rules? Oh, we talked about that. Never mind. On a 4-8 Omaha game, a player comes out with a stack of 20 and fakes to raise, looks at everyone's reaction and just drops 4 chips. What can I do? If something like that happens, um, so the way you described it, it makes it sound like it was incredibly clear what happened. As a dealer, you would tell the player that the action that they took is a call, and um, the 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 demonstrative nature where it seemed like they were trying to raise is something that is going to upset people at the table, and we're going to ask you not to do that. Now, this is, again, not enough information for me to truly be able to answer this, right? I don't know exactly what you're saying, but I'm just assuming that somebody does something like they take exactly 8 chips in a 4-8 game, and they fake the raise with those 8 chips, and they say call or something like that. Like, that's not okay for the game. You say you would have to address that, is a simple way to say it. Because you can't have someone that's there that is like, this is what I'll say. The rules of poker are the rules of poker, but the etiquette of poker is something that at any given moment, if a player is upsetting other people at the table, that does need to be taken care of. Let's see. Ernest, Lavia, once is enough on card exposure, player responsible for that. Yeah, so it sort of depends. There was a comment earlier that we're sort of out of context at this point, but if a player's showing their buddy before they fold every time, I just don't know if like that's the type of thing you're saying. People do that, and we allow it in poker, and then you only show that if someone requests it. So it just this is why we need more information about what you're talking about. Greg says, "Hello, Mark and Nancy. What are some ways that I, as a player, can make your job easier?" It's a cool
thank
question.
you.
Yeah, Greg's a real good guy. It sort of is what it is, right? Greg is just awesome. He's always in here with really. Greg actually made it so that Jazz felt like when she was. You have worked with Jazz before. She came on my live stream a couple of times, and Greg asked her a question where she was talking about some of the difficulties of dealing in a room in South Florida, for example, and how the players don't always treat you nicely. And when Greg asked her a question that was sort of like that, like her whole demeanor changed on the live stream. It was really cool watching him do that to her. So what are some ways that I, as a player, can make your job easier? So can I let you go first, Nancy?
Well, where I currently was, or most recent place that I was, the tables were very large. So obviously pushing your cards and bets a little closer to the dealer.
When you're in
So
seats
we don't
2,
bend over.
3, or 7 and 8, or 8 and 9, depending on if it's 9 or 10 handed, please, to help out the dealer and everyone at the table, push your bets close enough to the dealer so that they don't have to be Inspector Gadget to go get them with their go gadget arms, right? So
it's huge, Mark, and not only does it make the job easier, you're saving our backs. You know, a lot of dealers, dealing is very physical. It's very physical. Um, Sitting and shuffling and bending over and standing in, it's just very physical. A lot of dealers are struggling with carpal tunnel, lower back issues, you know, things like that. So vision, you know, so yeah. So not only does it make our job easier, it makes our quality of life better, you know, less pain, less doctor bills, less chiropractor visits or whatever. So that's kind of a big one.
that's a
And,
really good one, and I'm totally
and
glad that you said that.
and another thing that I love, when it's possible, say you're playing Big O or Omaha or a high-low game or some game where at the end everyone just kind of throws their 4, 5, 6 cards over, however many, and I find it really helpful. You know, if all the action is done, it doesn't really affect anything for them, and everyone's just kind of tabled their cards. Those games where players just kind of table their cards and they're like waiting for the dealer to read the board and read every single 4, 5, 6 card hand seems a little silly to me. The some players, they really
If
like
you
they'll
want to speed Yeah. If you
Yeah,
want to speed the game up, you
really
just
speeds
say
up
what
the
you
game.
have and push the cards forward. Yeah.
Yeah, it really speeds up the game. Like they'll turn their cards over instead of just kind of throwing them on the table. They'll kind of they'll push up the straight the two cards out of their full, because sometimes it's PLO6 is getting bigger now, right? So they're turning
Mhm.
over 6 cards in PLO6, and then they'll take their 2 cards that they have, say they have the nut straight. The player with the nuts will just take the 2 cards and go, nut straight. And the other player will be like, I have a nut flush. So
It's
it keeps it going a lot faster. So it's
it's
very
sort of
helpful.
funny that you gave that answer, because the last stream Greg said, he asked what's your favorite game to deal in, and then he said the only thing I ever play is Texas Hold'em. So he would not be in this situation yet, but if he does switch one day
Well,
to those
Hold'em's the same
card games.
thing. Hold'em's the same thing. Like if it's not going to affect anything, he could just simply say, "I got the nuts," instead of
Right.
just kind of putting his cards down and waiting for a dealer, and say, "What if there were 7 people in the hand and the dealer has to read
Everybody
the board
shows.
and
Yep.
read everybody's
Yeah.
cards?" So it's really helpful to just kind of be like, "Hey, I got the nuts."
Totally, totally. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, so this is going back to the other comment. Let's see.
Older player.
Older player whispers obscene things, and he knows I hear them. If I call the floor, it slows down my game. I have high tolerance, but man, advice. So this is actually a social dynamic thing.
It's a big one.
Let me see. The thing that I want to say is players like this can be won over. You can win over anybody at that poker table as a human to human interaction. And like I'll tell a quick story. There's a female that they call her the judge or whatever in South Florida, and she like complains and complains and complains about the dealer. And I kept telling her every time she complained, you love me. Like, you love me more than anybody else here. And it wasn't true, but eventually she caved. Now, that's not the right way to handle it with everybody. Every single person's different. But when a player is whispering obscene things, if you have developed an ability to understand other people well enough to know what path to take in order to win them over, then you can diffuse that and get more tips if you know how to do it. Because usually the player is going to be whispering obscene things. If like you keep dealing them bad cards or something like that, it's usually something that's a basic like ABC thing. Usually they're not going to be whispering obscene things for another reason than that. And let's just go with that reason either way. I find that players that are willing to talk about me where they know that I can hear them are the types of people who actually create camaraderie when you give them a little bit of shit, but you have to know exactly how to do it. If you do that in the wrong way, you're going to dig yourself a hole. But if you do it in the right way, where you pick a moment where the player like knows that if they try to say anything negative about what you just said to them, they're not going to show up as likable. Then you can use the social dynamic at the table to create some rapport where they back off of you because now they're going to actually be considered a jerk and other people are going to give them a hard time or something like that. Those situations are sort of tricky and you have to learn social dynamic and experience. But here's what I'll say. Use your own personality intelligently in something like this. Like for me, I am an articulate communicator who can break down a situation in terms of what happened clearly and humorously to some degree. So I could be like, you probably should have called me this instead of that or something like it. It just depends what it is. And it sort of
Well,
creates that humor.
I didn't think that Ernest meant towards him. Maybe he did, but um, another take on what Ernest is saying is, uh, and what his question made me think of was when players say inappropriate things at the table that like when okay, yeah, Ernest, I'm
I
not
do
sure
I
if you're
do I
talking
do
about
believe I do believe that Ernest probably means obscene
towards
things
the
about the dealer, just because I've
towards the
received
dealer.
this question a lot before.
Okay.
But just to say it, if a player is cursing at another player, then a floor should be called immediately, all the time. Um, if they're whispering it, it creates a gray area. But I would still say it's fine if they're saying it toward another player, about another player. That's definitely something that needs to be addressed. If it's a whisper or out loud, if the other player hears it, then it's going to cause confrontation and a problem. If they just lost $1,000 pot and they're cursing under their breath, that is not something that I feel like you should do anything about. I feel like you just let that go.
Right.
So,
I,
circumstance is really important.
yeah, I mean, it kind of, not that it triggered me, but it totally blew up a memory of recently. There was a guy next to me talking to the guy next to him. So there was a guy in whatever seat one talking to seat two. So nothing directed at me, just conversation that. So this guy was a piece of work, right? Um, and I can't even get into what he was saying, you know, out loud. He wasn't whispering, nothing. It's like he was trying to be cool or something and talk to this guy. And the guy in C2 who was listening to this like inappropriate guy was just trying to stay cooler, but he clearly was uncomfortable also. But so this, he was saying some like really, really grimy things that like were really bad. I don't even want to get into it.
Well,
Um,
this is why
so
we say that you're making constant decisions as a dealer what to do, right?
yeah, so this was a real like wow. Like how long do I let this guy go on? Do I call the floor? Do I this, do that? And I mean, it became, or do I say something to the floor later after my push? Right. All those little decisions you have to make about things like that. And we have a million stories, right, about this kind of thing. Uh, but in this case, I think he got up for a second or something, or maybe he didn't get up. And I made a comment to the player he was talking to about, so very subtly, I made some very like subtle comment of like how wildly inappropriate this kind of talk was. And I don't know, it just kind of, everything was fine and whatever. And it meaning like everyone kind of knew the guy was way out there and with his comments.
Here's something that I'll say. A dealer and a poker room in general have an ability to train players. If you understand the nature of how to train a person and you can do it within the rules of what your job is, you can have some success with these repeat problems that you're talking about here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, for example, if every single time somebody takes a certain action, they have to deal with something that they don't want to have to deal with, then they're essentially being trained not to do that thing, right? So if every single time somebody talks, whispers under their breath, you call the floor, then they're going to stop doing it with you at the table because they don't want to deal with that,
Mm-hmm.
right? And they might put social pressure on you. Why are you calling the floor? What are you doing? But if you can just ignore that and just call the floor each time that they whisper this stuff under their breath, even if they don't get told to stop, they're not going to want you to keep calling the floor, but they know that you're going to.
Mm-hmm.
So they are going to be trained in that way. There's a lot of subtlety
Hmm.
in terms of being able to train the players. I had a player at Texas Card House recently that they are a problem player. I mean, there's somebody that is known to be a button pusher, problem player, and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I have more experience than most people. So they did this thing in a 200 min buy-in game where they lost an all-in, and they tossed me 100 in cash, and I gave them the 100 in chips, and they were withholding the information that they had additional chips available to them. And I know that they've done this over and over again. And I know that they set up other dealers just because they enjoy calling people stupid and making themselves feel better about themselves and stuff like that when they say something. So I was happy to fall for it, right? So I asked them, do you have any other chips in addition to this? Because it's a $200 min. And it did two things at the same time. One, it got under their skin because they felt like I was calling them stupid. And two, they got to do the thing that they do in that case, which was start firing at me and like saying like, you know, I play here all the time and blah, 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 blah. The fact that it didn't tilt me at all as a dealer because I understood the game that was going to be played ended up tilting them. And every single time, if I check with them to make sure that they have the right amount in that situation, I'm training them not to do that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And I can easily say it's my job as a dealer to make sure that you have the right amount for the buy-in. There's nothing that anyone's going to be able to say to that. They call a floor over. He can tell the floor that I'm needling him all that he wants, which is not happening. I'm training him. Like, he's got nothing to do. So if he doesn't want that result with me, he doesn't do that action anymore. And it's literally that simple. And, you know, I don't know that this is related or not, but he was pretty tilted for about 10 minutes. He cooled off after that. He was doing things. It was a pot limit, high-low game. He was throwing in way too much for bets and forcing me to say the pot, which I was fine with. I'm just going along with it. I don't care. And I found out the next day when I came in, completely unrelated to this. I didn't ask anybody. Like, they told me that he got all fired up and about 3 hours later and got kicked out. And it's like, I mean, this is a way that you can train your players by understanding what training even is and how to break some of these annoying, difficult habits. The reason that I did it with this player, because I felt like it would probably be a problem. I did it with this player because I wanted to train him so that he wasn't setting up another dealer to be able to call them stupid and have them have a negative experience at work.
Yep. Well said.
Thank you. Ernst says, in a no-limit game, if a player comes out with a stack, say $85 in red birds, do I count and announce or wait until someone asks for a count? I prefer poker rooms that have you just leave it there until asked. 85 is sort of borderline, though, where I don't know how much it really matters. Like, the notion here is a player slides a stack out. By counting it down, you're doing two things. One, you're changing the perception of the bet. Two, you're creating a habit. Speaking of training the players, you're training the players to not take an action until you break down the bet, and you're slowing things down a little bit like that. But you could also argue that it's slower if they have to ask how much it is, because then they think and then they still ask and then you break it down anyway. There's two sides to that. But I think it's slightly better overall to leave it as a stack until asked. But the answer is do whatever your poker room says to do, because both answers exist in the poker world.
Yeah, and it's usually pretty quick in a fast flow game. He'll put it out, player, how much, break it down.
Yeah, exactly. Ernst said, thanks, Nancy, for the advice of getting the floor out, but I still get players that ask to wash the cards consistently.
Still get players. Well, that's a rule. That's a house rule that you can't wash the cards all the time.
So in loose rooms, they actually allow it a lot of the time. In time rake games, they do allow it. In a raked house, they'll typically have a house rule that says you're not allowed to wash it if a player asks. So it depends, right? Is there a shuffle machine? Is there not a shuffle machine? First of all, there's a shuffle machine, and the shuffle machine shuffles the cards. Washing the cards is actually a waste of everybody's time, and it's just like a foolish superstition. But if you're in a high stakes game and the fish is asking to wash the deck, like, I don't think anybody's going to stop that. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the context of that is, but let me see the flop. I've dealt slow, fast, and medium speed. I found that if you deal smooth, pay attention to the action, you get more tips. Fair. Dealing lightning fast does not necessarily get you more tips. I mean, if you can keep the consistent level of service, then it does. But correct. Making mistakes or putting everybody at risk for mistakes is definitely a problem. One of your videos, Mark, I got that quality is important. An example, how the cards are separated on the flop. Spaces between the cards. Yep. Yeah, you got to have some felt between the flop cards. And then a thank you. I'm just going through these comments to sort of bust through them here. Gigi says, it's kind of funny. Some poker players advocate poker as a sport, yet when it comes to a poker player being assessed a penalty or negative ruling, they generally cry about it. That is pretty funny, actually. We don't really. It's like poker because there's so much money involved. People don't typically play basketball for money, right? Um, it's not the same thing where almost every time they're playing for money when they play like basketball or football with their friends, like flag football or whatever. But with poker, it's money is this like intense focus. And so we think about it as a sport in some ways, and we don't think about it as a sport in other ways. But that is a very good line that can be used when someone's complaining about a ruling. Like, well, you're here competing in a competitive poker game. Like, there's an official. I'm saying it. I'm butchering the phrase, but you know what I mean.
Well, and that's the difference between tournaments and cash. They give penalties a lot more in tournaments than cash games. And Mark gave the great reasons why that is.
Yeah, that's very true. Well, also in tournament, because there is like it's one big thing, giving a penalty to a player in a tournament actually matters, whereas because the blinds are going up, etc. Whereas in a cash game, if someone misses their blind, they're not forced to put the money in. So giving people a penalty in a cash game doesn't actually do anything. Like there's no actual monetary consequence. It is interesting. Like it'd be interesting to have a cash game where whether or not you're at the table, you put money in the pot when it's your turn for the big and the small blind. I sort of feel like that'd be sort of cool to have cash games switch to that. And I'm not thinking it through, but at a glance, that would give the poker room some more ability to enforce rules with players and give them penalties where they have to sit out from their cash game and watch their blinds go. And if they say that they're going to get up, then you just force them to give up the small and the big blind for one rotation or something. I'm making it up. I'm not thinking it through well, but it is an interesting thing. Like in a tournament, it's an easy way to do that. Luke says they added these horrible massive screens at our casino. This is in reference, I think, to like Poker Atlas or whatever. Gonna leave my casino. They are where the dealer tray goes. So much extra unnecessary stuff to do on those screens too. Yeah, not utilizing the Poker Atlas or Bravo screens properly in a poker room can cause a nightmare experience for a dealer. You were mentioning at Cherokee, I think you said that there's a lot of stuff in the way of where you typically want to be doing the actual dealing on those tables, right?
Yeah, it's a huge problem.
Yeah, and so that can definitely be a problem. Thanks, Gigi. Let's see. I took out 397 last night. Nice.
Whee! Yay!
For reals, huh? I like to deal fast. That's pretty cool. Yeah, there's pretty good money to be made in some of these poker rooms for dealers, and the players are usually pretty happy that the dealers make that money, in my experience, because that gets higher quality people doing the job of dealing the game. Ernest says, if a dealer deals a jackpot of say $1,000, put in some red birds so the dealer has a chance to get a tip. Don't give the player two $500 chips.
Ernest is right, and a good floor person would make sure to do that.
Yes, yeah, yeah. That's just a policy of the room, though. Like it depends on what the room chooses to do. True poker dealer can't make a procedure for that. Ernst said this happened to a fellow dealer, and I felt bad for him, so I let the floor know. Talking about probably one of the things you said before. I'm out of context now. Greg says, I was in a 2-5 game. I told an opponent that I might not be able to beat her, but was going to try. I might not be able to beat you, but I'm going to try. I like that. There was a line that a dealer that was playing at my table said that was pretty funny. So Rebirth says, I deal fast, and then said you have to compete with the female dealers. So just like in golf, as a poker dealer, you are competing with yourself. You're not competing with anyone else. If the female dealers tip out more than you, that has nothing to do with you. It's really funny that you said that. Like, why are you comparing your tips to the casino? Doesn't care how much you make in tips. That's really funny.
I've heard that. Rebirth. I've heard that like 100 times, and but this speed. If I was, I'd be a millionaire. But this speed thing, guys, it's a thing. The goal, I can't speak for True Poker Dealer, but in my mind, the goal of being a poker dealer is building up to speed. We start slow because, like Mark says all the time, it takes time to get good at all this in real time, dealing real games. I know maybe you could start practicing at a bar game, dealing for a bar game, or there's all kind of ways. But speed is a thing, you know. And you a poker player wants to see as many you know that's why that's the beauty of poker. That's why this thing is so great, right? And it will be forever. Speed in poker, right? The more hands you get out, it's better for the house. The house makes more money. It's better for the player. The player sees more hands and can make more money. Or maybe the player wants to lose a lot of money. They'll lose more money. And it's better for the dealer. The dealer makes more money in tips, no matter what any of you all say. Girl, boy, good dealer, bad dealer. The more hands you get out, the more money you're going to make, no matter what happens, unless they really don't like you because you're a very rude dealer or something and you're just nasty to the players, which there's a couple of them out there. But no, that's the beauty of this whole thing, gestalt of poker. So everybody wants you to go as fast as you can. Good for the house, good for the players, good for you as a dealer. So speed is a thing that you want to build up to. It's your
So
goal.
it is absolutely a beautiful thing when the interests of everybody are all aligned and the same. And I'm going to create a caveat for this. The interests of everybody are all aligned between the house, the dealer, and the players when you're taking a rake. More hands is better for everybody when you're taking a rake. When you're actually running a time rake or a pay per seat per hour, it's actually not in the best interest of the house for there to be more hands. And so uh, that is an interesting truth, right? I'm not saying that the house wants the dealers to go slowly, wants the dealers to deal slowly, but it is just a fact. Like, if we're breaking this down, I just have to speak that truth that there is a strange conflict of interest there in a time rake because
But the house wants to appease their players, and if the players
so
want more
so
hands,
well, they want to appease the players and they also want to keep money on the table as long as possible, right?
right,
That's
right,
why
right, right, right.
yeah, so the longer the money stays on the table, the more they get per time. Now, I'm not saying that any poker room I've ever been a part of that has done a time rake or a time per seat has ever manipulated that. I'm just saying it is sort of a weird thing. So for example, let's say that you're a poker room and you have a decision to make about whether to purchase shuffle machines or not. If you're a time rake, you might be more hesitant to do that. Yeah, there's game protection with shuffle machines and you get more hands out, which makes the players happier. But if nobody's complaining, you might not bother with it, right? There's weird dynamics. Now in Texas, it's a different thing because they can't get shuffle masters to be licensed or anything like that. But
Oh,
but speaking of the speed thing, so we've spoken about this a few times, and I want to make sure this is in context. Dealing correctly without fear of mistakes is important first, then as much speed as possible. And as Nancy was talking about, speed comes with time, but going faster than you can is not good when you're riding a bike, and it's not good when you're dealing poker. You're riding a bike, you go flying, you fall off, you crash, you hurt yourself. Um, you're dealing poker, you create mistakes, eventually you get yourself fired, and the players are not comfortable with you at the table. So you get more opportunities for tips, but you get less money per tip because they feel a certain way about you. But yeah, so you want to be going as fast as you possibly can without creating any negative experience for anybody.
mm-hmm. But there's
Um,
and definitely, I just want to add that it's definitely a thing that some dealers make a lot more money than other dealers in the same room, the same night, or the same 10-day circuit event. Um, I mean, like thousands of dollars more. I mean, it's a real thing. Is it related to how much being a girl or a boy, or how much makeup you wear, or how tight your clothes are? You know, there's all kind of factors, right? There's all kind of
there
factors.
are there are so many factors that influence the amount of money you get in tips. I can tell you that one of the highest tipped dealers that I've ever known is a guy
Mm-hmm.
who has an incredible amount of charisma. Like there's so many different ways to do it. Like I talk about how pretty girls make the most money dealing poker somewhat regularly because it comes up on my stream just like it's coming up now, and that is true. But pretty girls who suck at dealing complain about not making a lot of money.
They do.
Uh, and the ones that make the most money are excellent at what they're doing and they know how to work the players.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like a waitress is going to get more tips if uh, there. A buddy of mine likes to joke and say like, "Oh, I think the waitress likes me." Like that's their job to make it feel like they like you, right? Like that's how they make money. That's how they survive. It's a trained set of skills. And if you're a pretty girl or a guy who knows how to have charisma, if you get the players to get that feeling, you know, like, okay, so don't wear your wedding ring if you're an attractive female and maybe you'll get more tips. Okay. Like do your thing, but be good at what you're doing first and foremost, right? Let's see. You have to also be incredibly good at what you do in order to get put into bigger games leading to larger chips. That's true, actually. You know, some poker rooms have a dynamic where they don't just mix everyone through every single game evenly. In order to get those bigger tips, you got to work on your craft and get there. Very, very fair.
Mm-hmm.
My room, the bigger games actually sucks.
Uh-huh.
So that can happen, but also some people can go to those tables and make great money and they could be
Mm-hmm.
the same exact games, and there's a lot of psychology behind that.
Mm-hmm.
Benjamin, when doing a large multi-way all-in pot during an audition, should I feel any pressure in the speed in which I complete it, or should 100% focus on accuracy with speed coming from experience? So the question has a bit of a booby trap for me. There is a minimum acceptable speed. I mean, it is what it is, right?
You
So
think?
the answer, oh yeah, the answer that I want to give, well, hold on. The answer that I want to give is don't worry about speed. But realistically, having auditioned hundreds of people, I might have auditioned 1,000 people in my career at this point.
Wow.
The if somebody is well, actually, you know what? Don't worry about speed. Here's why. I've never, ever, ever, ever seen a dealer who got every single thing in a side pot correct and was so slow that I wanted to kill myself. I have seen a dealer who's been so slow that I wanted to kill myself get things wrong. So I would say just do it to the best of your ability. Focus the most on getting everything right, and the rest will take care of itself. And talk your game, communicate what you're doing, clearly lay out everything as you're supposed to. If you've never dealt in a casino and you this is just what you learned in school, don't be afraid to say that. Like you know, you can even communicate, hey, I'm not worrying about how fast I'm going. I want to make sure this is right. I know speed comes with time. Like stuff like that is acceptable, but at the same time, your first or second audition is going to be a blur. Like you're probably going to forget all about it after you happen. It's hard to remember. Do you have anything to say or even a different opinion on something like that?
I mean, I've definitely always thought that in auditions they weren't uh, considering speed, but it just makes me kind of think about as for you as someone who's hiring people and training people and thinking about, do I want this person working in my room? Do you take have you found yourself taking into consideration, well, I don't think this person is really picking up on things as quickly as I'd like them, or make adjustments as much as I'd like them to? Does that make sense? Do you kind of look out
Are
for
you
that?
talking
Like
about after they've been hired or just during the audition?
during the audition, do you try to kind of pick up for if this person you feel will pick up things quick, and you know what I mean? Like they may not know
Yes.
everything now, but you see that, like you might say to them, you know, try it this way. And then you'll say, oh yeah, they did that. They picked up on that right away and they followed my direction and they listened and they implemented it, as opposed to I've kind of seen people in auditions where I just got a feeling from them that they just weren't going to get it, or that they.
So what I call that is, does it feel like poker? Okay, so the first thing that I ask is, does it feel like poker? Meaning, if I was a poker player at this person's table, would I feel like I was playing poker, or would I feel like I was having to play this game where I have to make sure that every single thing is perfect, or else I'm gonna can I relax and play poker with this person dealing? And then there's the evaluation if they can get to that point, right? So if it doesn't feel like poker, does it seem like to your point, this person is capable of picking up what they need to pick up in order to be able to get there? Do they understand what's going on around them and can make an adjustment within it, or have they memorized a bunch of stuff without having any idea what's actually happening around them? And therefore are they not able to make any adjustment at all? They can only memorize stuff, period. So it's a lot of stuff like that. Do you know what I mean when I say memorizing everything and having no idea what's going on around them? So sometimes you get dealers that have never played poker before. They're new and they're learning how the game works. And because they've never played poker before, they've just memorized a bunch of instructions and procedures, which to some degree there's value in learning that way. But if you're out of context with it, you're going to end up automatically having this weird stuff that happens where you, as a human doing a random thing, have to come up with a solution for it, and it's going to be totally wrong. So like I'm evaluating, the answer is, during the audition there's a lot of stuff that's being evaluated depending on the skill level of the auditioner. But the goal in the audition is to hire somebody that you feel comfortable having deal poker in your room. And so
Yeah.
Well, and I was just going to say, so if you create that comfort for them, whether it's fast or not, if they can picture you over the next 6 months speeding up, if you're new, like if you've been a dealer for 10 years and you're going super slow as if you're someone out of school, okay, that's a problem, right? But if you're sort of new, they're going to understand how to picture that in their head, over a 6-month period. And then it's much more important to just prove that you understand at least what you're supposed to be doing. By the way, one of the biggest secrets in the poker industry is that you can make mistakes in an audition and still get a job. It's about what you do next, right? It's about how you handle it. It's about how you communicate. It's about if you're able to receive an instruction from the auditioner and make that adjustment. It's about all of that stuff.
That's what I was getting at, and I just have to say, to be forthcoming and authentic, and just kind of tell everybody, um, I have to kind of. It's not like a confession, but just a little bit about me. I have absolutely been hired when I went from underground to the casinos. Um, I was absolutely hired for poker rooms, and I went for an audition. Well, here's one example, but it happened more than once. And I went for an audition, and after the audition, the poker room manager said, "Nancy, just straight up, we are hiring you for your personality." Like, I've heard that so many times. So, meaning like I was a little unorthodox. Maybe I didn't have the best techniques or skills, but yeah. So I've heard that a lot. So yeah, personality goes a long way, I guess, in this industry. But one example was like focus. Mark, don't you think that like just it's kind of like a trait that maybe some people it's just hard for them to focus? I just think this job, like other jobs, is such a it takes such a character trait, right? Um,
I
like
am a father of two, and when they were babies, like 0 to 2 years old each, I literally in my head, I didn't say this out loud, but I would think about it in terms of like, oh wow, I feel like I'm in the box right now. Like it's just that level of concentration, keeping a child alive compared to being in the box dealing poker. If you can bring that to the table anyway, not everybody is, it's not like that for everybody, but yeah, there's an enormous level of focus that if you're doing your job properly as a dealer, you're like, this is why you need so many breaks. This is why every 30 minutes you get tapped out and go to another table. This is why dealing the live stream for 2 hours is actually a little bit taxing, because you don't get that. Like even 30 seconds to let your brain come back a little bit makes a huge difference when you're going table to table in a poker
as
room.
as being who you are, a true poker dealer, Mark Schumsker. Um, do you have a how do you say, what's the word, how do you feel about, do you feel like you can turn anyone into a really good poker player, or have you felt that there's just some people that cannot focus?
You said poker player, but you meant poker dealer. So
Dealer.
I do not feel like this is for anybody. There's a few categories of people that I feel like probably would have a difficult time with this job. The first thing that stands out actually has nothing to do with the person's ability to be a poker dealer in general. It's about their upbringing and the way that they have learned to interact with other humans. Somebody who gets triggered at negativity cannot be a poker dealer.
Right.
If they grew up in a toxic positivity household, and I say that with love, right? Like, it's not a person's fault what they grow up with. If
Mm-hmm.
they've learned to be positive and pleasant to absolutely everybody in their life, and that's the most important thing, more important than other stuff, such as getting things correct. Like, a lot of people grow up in households where they're not allowed to tell someone that they've made a mistake,
Mm-hmm.
um, because it's about how you make them feel. And when you put that person who's never had the experience of being around confrontation and negativity into this setting, they're incredibly sensitive.
Hmm.
I have told people who have had the ability to deal poker not to deal poker, because it's going to be a painful life for them.
But but listening to you makes me think that even those people, um, gosh, this kind of job could help them with interaction,
Okay, so here's the problem.
could
They're
help
gonna
them
get they're
grow.
gonna get they're gonna get fired along the way. So you're right. It could help them with stuff like that. Separately from all this stuff with teaching people to be poker dealers, like I'm an entrepreneur. I studied the metaphor that people are computers, and I studied the software that we run, and we had a brief conversation about that at one point the other day. And I've actually learned how to break somebody down in order to take them from something like living in toxic positivity into being able to deal with the rest of it. But I find they don't like it. So I guess to answer your question in terms of that, I probably could, but that's way outside of
But
teaching typical dealing
and
poker.
also I think it goes back to what we were saying of, you can start out, say, dealing certain games, or like go from dealing bar games to another game, and then raising up and getting better as a dealer with the social interactions and all that, improving and all this. And I just keep thinking of this woman at Cherokee, who, she's a new dealer, and she was dealing to me when she was uh, brand new. I think it was last August, whatever it was. And I remember the whole time in the box, she spent the whole half hour looking at the guy to her left, like not looking at the action, and just like kind of talking to the player, and not like, and here, where are we now? March. Here it is, March. She's been dealing September, like you said, you keep saying about 6 months. I went, and this young lady was the other day, and she was like unbelievable. She was like the fastest dealer in the room, like didn't make one mistake, never took her eyes off the action, wasn't involved in any conversation, and she was just like the best dealer I had had in the room, and so yeah.
Well, there are a lot of people. So this job can be done by many people. That is absolutely true. I don't know how to break down the percentage of it, but the point that I was trying to make is there are certain personality types that don't mesh with this, and while they probably could learn to do this, to answer the question that you ask, could I train anyone to do it? There are certain people that I don't think I could, but a lot of people I absolutely could, possibly more than 50%. There's also people that uh, they didn't grow up caring about um, procedure. And someone, as a dealer trainer of all different types of people, some people just aren't, like, their emotions are attached to different ways of living in this world, that procedure is not one of them. They don't, if you're the type of person that just, no matter what, doesn't take procedure seriously, there's no way that you can be a poker dealer. You have
Mhm.
to be able to think in terms of procedure. If you refuse to take something like that seriously, you're also not going to put the effort in to be a poker dealer. So I think an assumption that should be made in this is, if someone's dedicated, can they be a poker dealer? Can I train them? If someone's focused and dedicated, sure, I could probably train anybody. But A lot of people will lose that focus if they have the toxic positivity thing, and they will actually abandon it before you get to the point of them succeeding, which is what I was trying to say
Because they just
actually ends
want
up
to play.
happening. Then there's also there, you know, you don't need to be great at math, but you can't be so bad at it that you can't do anything. So there is sort of a minimum, you know, math requirement there where you can do something like 75 times 5, or 15 times 5 equals 75, or 15 times 7, right? Like you have to be able to do stuff like that. Some of
It's
it can become memorized, but and so you can get by without even being that good at that. So sometimes that's not even true, but there is a baseline. It's look, it's a hard job. It's not a job that's easy to show up to. Like you can't really do it. I don't know. It's a more complicated job than a lot of people think, is really what I'm trying to say. And
well, it's basic math. No, you don't need algebra or calculus or
right,
geometry.
that's
I just
true.
want to say that we're talking basic math, and um, and I just you making me think of funny stories. I think I know one woman and one guy who learned how to deal, went to deal their first game, and I think the girl, I believe it was her first table, and she was dealing, and she stood up and she said, "Nope, not for me," and
Right.
she never dealt again.
That's pretty amazing. I actually have a friend who, you know, sometimes the players get to people, and you know, when people get to a certain point, sometimes they're just like, yeah, I don't want to work anymore or something like that. I have a friend who he got himself he dealt poker for a while, and then he just took some time off, and then he went back to it. He got himself a job without even having to audition, just because he knew people. And he went to fill the paperwork out, and he walked into the property, and he just said, nope, can't do it, and he just left. He just ended up not doing it, which is a funny story, you know. But yeah, that's that from different ways. It's like that. Benjamin, I just want to give credit. Hey, Mark and Nancy, thanks for the stream and taking the time to do this. Appreciate you for saying that, and appreciate you, Nancy, for doing this with me this whole time. We've been here for almost 4 hours. We are trying to wrap it up soon. I did sign my fault. I think you're talking about the write up that we were talking about before. There's also a note to file. That can mean different things. Slowing down is the best advice. Cool. Which OSS, not a write up coaching? There's a lot of language for different HR processes and different poker rooms. I'm not sure exactly what that means. Luke says it's an audition. Don't try to rush. Time comes without speed, comes with repetition. There's a couple of good methods for working out the maths quick on the multi-way all-ins. Right equals better than fast plus errors. There is this thing when it comes to side pots where, like, every once in a while I run into an auditioner who's just like hardcore about something that doesn't matter to me. Like, they will not pass a dealer. Every once in a while at some random poker room, I run into this where someone will not pass a dealer who cherry picks something that didn't need to be cherry picked, or it wasn't the most efficient way. Like, everybody who's an auditioner, in addition to the stuff we talk about, everybody's got their pet peeves. You just sort of, sometimes you get bad luck with one of those things, honestly. You just run into somebody that doesn't like the audition that you did. But right now in this exact market, I think they'd throw that out the window because you need bodies. Because you can't have your whole staff working 60-hour weeks forever, you know. Let's see. You can either multiply the all-in by the amount of players, or the main. Just talking about the little details here. I'm talking about the details. The players want to see it done the right way. That is different everywhere. Player expectation changes with location. Your ability to communicate as a dealer is your strength.
Mm-hmm.
Good vibes. Hey, it's Raventoe. What's up? Let's see. Ernst says your dealing style looks smooth and awesome. Great job, Mark. Thank you. I saw this earlier. What does this mean? Dealer is the bass player,
Bass player. That's
the
right.
bass player of poker. Oh, that's a
You teach
music thing,
math.
right? You get
Yeah,
cool. Let's see.
that's what I played. Bass. Is it better?
um, oh, is it better to verbally announce the action on a non-live stream as well? We sort of covered that because you asked a separate question that was sort of like that. Announce bets, announce raises and re-raises, but don't announce the amount unless your poker room says to do that. Let's see. So now I'm going to get back to where we were. let's see. If there are like 10 new dealers for one seat, if it's hard to become a dealer. Oh, I see. Um, no, there's so the way, so all right, here's the comment that was before that we didn't understand, and now you've just clarified what you're saying. Is there high rivalry between the dealers? I mean, are there many dealers and is it hard to get good paid casino in the US? The casinos are only going to hire the number of dealers that they need to have at any given time, and they're only going to schedule the number of dealers on any given day that they need based on what their business is likely to be. So you're going to have probably something like, if you have 10 games, you're not going to have 40 dealers where everyone's competing with one another to get on the tables. And that might be a little bit confusing based on what Nancy said earlier, but she was talking about a home game in Manhattan situation where she
Oh,
was new
the six guys
and
sitting
she had 6 people waiting. Yeah. So in a casino, if you've got 10 games going, you're probably going to have 13 dealers. So it'll be 3 or 4 tables and then a break, 3 or 4 tables and then a break. And then, when a new dealer comes in, someone that's been there for a full shift goes home. And so, no, there's no competition on that side. And I understand that question. Thank you.
And it's my understanding that across the whole country, every poker room needs dealers right now.
Yeah. Yep. My understanding too. And there's a course that teaches how to be a poker dealer for $49.99 a month on my channel. You can get it, truepokerdealer.com. Shout out True Poker Dealer, myself, I guess. Luke says,
and the quicker you do this, and the more you practice, and the quicker you get going, the quicker you'll start working. I mean,
yeah,
they're hiring right now.
yeah, all the time. You could probably take my course and learn the mechanics and some of the basic rules and not even finish the course and pass an audition in today's climate, right? And then learn the rest of it as you go. You could probably do that. I know some people that have definitely passed auditions just because I taught them the mechanics on YouTube. And this is going back 8-9 years. People have been telling me this stuff. Luke says the recent change implementing a very large screen where the dealer tray goes, has really demotivated all of our team in our casino. It's way too big, not flush with the table, and slows the game. So I actually don't know what you're talking about. In the live stream here that you can see, let me see. Let me get this to a shot where you can see what you're talking about. So let me get my arm out of the way. So right here, you can see that there's a tiny tray with a very small amount of chips, and they build the screen right into where the dealer tray goes. I have never seen this on any table but a live stream. So if you're telling me that the regular games in your poker room have this instead of a dealer tray, that would drive me crazy too. Please send me a picture. You can email me, Mark, M-A-R-C, at truepokerdealer.com with a picture of what you're talking about in a regular poker room. I've never seen this in a regular poker room before. I would not suggest a poker room manager go to this but I will say this, on this channel and in the poker industry in general, I am very open to learning the reasons why and possibly even changing my opinion for something. But I can't think off the top of my head of a reason why having this on a regular poker table that's not a live stream game would be a good idea.
Yeah, Luke, it's a huge problem. And yeah, what Luke is saying is exactly what's happened over here.
You're saying that they have these setups with only like a tiny amount of room for chips and stuff?
Okay, Mark, take that table, and below the screen where your little rack is, there's a real rack, like a full rack, like a full rack. Forget that little rack. Put a full rack below the screen. Then no cutout. So there's no cutout. You know what I mean by cutout, for the dealer to push himself in, right?
Yep.
So there's no cutout. The table's just okay. Then there's a full rack, and then there's a screen. So try that. Try that for 2 seconds. It is horrible. And just like Luke is describing and communicating so well, it is a big problem. And like he said, it's demotivating the workers. They don't want to work. It's painful on I know one dealer, she's going to the doctor now for her shoulder because of it. He quit, she quit, he changed his shift, she changed her shift, she went to floor, he went to floor, she went to work in the cage because she couldn't physically do it anymore. I mean, it goes on and on and on. The lower back, the shoulder, the carpal tunnel. It's just, it's terrible.
I'm trying to find a picture of it online. Do you have a picture of it?
Well, like I said, there's if you're looking at that table, the one that we're looking at now, take that screen, put a full tray below
Oh,
it.
I'm sorry. I believe you. I'm just trying to see it.
Well,
It's yeah.
I'm trying to think if I would have I taken any pictures of the
Well,
table?
because I know that they put the large poker atlas screen on the table, and it's just like everyone's got the question, where am I supposed to put this thing? And the people that make tables don't work in the industry. They just make tables, and so they don't really know what to suggest, but they want to sell tables, and they try to make it sound good, and they'll sometimes convince a poker room into something that doesn't make sense. um, uh, Luke probably doesn't want to like say where they work, but let me see. Yeah, falling out of love with your job. I mean, this is feedback that the room needs. In some way or another, it's going to affect their business negatively. They made a mistake with what they got. It's not easy to fix, unfortunately. They're brand new, then they're terrible. Yours have a tray built in, which is good. Ours don't. The tray has to go on the left, which obstructs my arm movements. Yours is in the table. Ours is 10 centimeters up. Um, I mean, the thing I'll say is I believe you, and at the same time, I need to see it in order to properly articulate my opinion of it. Even yours, Nancy, I would need to see in order to properly articulate my opinion of it, because I've had this conversation a lot with different dealers, and before these companies started adding these like non-felted parts of the table. So that part's really definitely annoying, but the conversation's different depending on the specifics every time. Sometimes there's an easy solution. I don't believe with yours that there's an easy solution, Nancy, because I believe you would have found it. But when I'm talking to Luke, I don't know anything about Luke. And so I would need to see what he's talking about. So please send me an email with that picture if possible. Asper's London. All right. I'll see if I
Yeah,
can get one in the future. Perfect.
yeah, Luke, I feel you. We've all just gone through the same thing where I am, and it is a shame. And this is, and not just this industry, not just the casino industry or poker, but across fields. It's so much nicer to work for a place, right, where the management takes care of its people, um, for with things being ergonomic, uh, and so on. So, and yeah, what can I say? People are.
Yeah, and actually to that point, I mean that's the table layout is something that probably could be brought to HR. Going to HR is this really, really weird thing in poker rooms. When managers have to deal with people going to HR, that has sometimes strange consequences or implications, and it's not how it's supposed to go. But um, the poker dealing job is not your typical job, and so the mentality of HR is often very conflicting with how a poker room is run. For example, it's hard for an HR department to understand telling a poker dealer to be okay with someone cursing at the table if the poker dealer fundamentally is like Christian and has a problem with it or something like that, right? And I don't mean to call out a particular religion, but like realistically, we know that if someone curses under their breath after they lose a pot and the dealer goes to HR, like you can't say that the management handled it poorly in that case, right? A player loses $1,000 pot and curses one time. There's a whole bunch of stuff like that that creates a weird dynamic. And then also when dealers go to HR, so in most of the time in business, we encourage someone to go to HR if they need to. But when a dealer goes to HR and they single themselves out in that way, the manager now has to deal with a complicated situation. So you put the manager in a situation where their job is more difficult, and those types of dynamics are complicated. Because then the question is, are they going to manipulate things so that the dealer has a more negative experience? And are they going to, like, as a manager, as a supervisor, experienced dealers know that supervisors can go within the rules under the radar and do things that they want to do sometimes. It's pretty complicated, honestly. The reason I say all that stuff is I'm not trying to tell you for your tables to go to HR for everything. I'm just saying it's one of the options. And now I'm aware that there might be a bunch of consequences to something like that. So yeah, I'm going to keep going with this. Did you have anything that you wanted to add to that?
No, but now I'm looking at the next question, and I get so nervous too at auditions. I'm like shaking like a leaf.
I used to. When you do enough of them, I guess it gets easier, or I don't know if you practice properly. But even the best dealers in the world sometimes get incredibly nervous for auditions. So Benjamin says, thanks for the answer. I feel like nerves may have gotten the best of me during my audition. I was able to get a few offers though, and we'll try again in April at TCH. Well, it's cool that you were able to get a few offers. TCH is an incredibly challenging audition compared to some places. They make you typically deal 5-card high-low pot limit and 1-2, where you have to do all the math for that. Why do they do that? Because if they only hire dealers that are capable of that, then they don't really have anything to worry about. Is it necessarily fair? You can argue yes or no, but nonetheless, that's what you're getting yourself into. If you can do all that stuff successfully, you should get hired. Personality is still a part of it, though. Every poker room is looking to see that the dealer is a culture fit for them as well. That can sometimes, just like Nancy, you mentioned that you've been told, we love your personality, so we're going to hire you anyway. The opposite can be true. I have definitely not hired dealers who were amazing dealers and had terrible personalities for the culture fit. Because I know that while they're going to make us money dealing more hands with a rake, they're also going to cost us money by upsetting players and dealers and supervisors. And there's a lot of complication there as well. Let's see. Where's, here it is. Ben says it will be a good chance to get the procedure down and work out the rest. Yep. Luke says that's interesting. Announce bets and raises, but not the amounts. In London, we only don't announce the amount of all in unless the player asks for a count. So that is TDA. That is something that the TDA has actually gone back and forth on. And the current place that they have most recently landed is to announce the amounts except for an all in. I'm sort of taking the old TDA because I liked it a little bit better when I talk about the way that I teach, but ultimately I keep saying do whatever you're told to do by your managers in your room, and then don't look back, right? And then when you go to work somewhere else, learn what they want, and then don't look back. And then, always do what you're told there. Luke says they're brand new. They're totally, I think we already covered this, right? Yeah. Yep. Samuel says, I'm going to go ahead and join your course in the next 2 months, but I think I'll also go to school because I need some contacts to gain some starting point and to be sure to become a dealer, not only at Texas Hold'em. So I do teach, if you go on YouTube and you join on the YouTube channel, some countries don't allow it, but most places allow you to join my YouTube channel. I do have a full mixed games course where you can learn all the mixed games that you would need to pass a WSOP audition. On truepokerdealer.com, I am going to implement that in there in the next month or so. I have the content, the learning management software or system that I use makes it a little challenging for me to include all of it, but I'm going to solve that problem pretty soon. But let me see. I love the truth that going to dealer school in person, like you're paying $1,000, $1,200 or something like that for it, sometimes more. Some of the top ones in California are $2,000. But you're also building a network for yourself. So if you're hardworking and care about other people and help other people and work with them in order to pass the class, you can build some cool relationships with the people that you're in dealer school with. And the people that you go to dealer school with are usually going to years later still be in the industry in some way or another. And that's a great idea for networking. I have no problem when somebody's like, the best way to get a dealing job, hands down, is to both go to dealer school in person and take my course online. You will get more out of that and be ready for any job than if you do one or the other. There's no question about that. The thing that I say about my course on True Poker Dealer is you can use it, learn what you need. It has everything that you would need in order to get a job, but getting the in-person training and the networking is also valuable for sure. Not everybody's in a situation where they can do that, though. A lot of people live in places where it's inconvenient or the times of the school aren't great. A lot of schools aren't operating now because of COVID and all that stuff too. So that's one other benefit to being able to do it at home. Nancy, should I give you a chance to talk for a second here or keep going?
No, I'm good.
All right. Luke says, appreciate it. I just wanted to check in because I see you like writing stuff down, I think. And I was like, maybe I'm running her over. That's a crap stealing term. We have to record every pot amount and allocate which player gets it on the software. Mark players as missing if not at the table. If a player transfers, transfer them to another table on the software. Sounds pretty crazy. I don't really know what to say to that. I wouldn't want to do that as a dealer. Record every pot amount and allocate which player gets it on the software. What could that even mean?
Well, it sounds a little bit like doing a live stream, though. How you always know.
Yeah,
how much
it makes me
and...
it makes me start to question the nature of the poker room that they're in, whether it's a more regular poker room or if they're a part of some poker club where they're dealing out tournaments in some way. And I mean, yeah, I don't really know what to say to that. I've never heard of anything like that before, but I also feel like I'm out of context. Although you did say the name of the room. I would have to look that up. Let's see. Luke says, see if they have a free training school going. That's how I started out. Yep, you can find that sometimes. You mentioned that Cherokee in North Carolina is actually paying people to learn, right?
Yes. And now I'm looking at Gigi's comments.
The first time I was sworn at in Italian was one of my favorite days dealing. That is pretty funny. Samuel says, Brady, unfortunately, it's paid, but I don't think I could become a dealer after online course. You know, it's good, but it's different when training with someone real. Yeah, absolutely. Doing both is the best way to get through. I mean, there are a lot of people who have learned from my course online and are dealers now in casinos, but there is a part of it where, you know, a lot of people have the ability to deal and have people come and play in a home game. Like if you're learning online, you still want to try to be able to work in a charity event or at home games, or at least have your friends or family play at the game while you're dealing in order to be able to get the reps in. And it does help to have someone, as Nancy has mentioned, you know, if you can find someone that knows how to deal, that can help you as you're going, that makes a huge difference.
And I recently, I was telling Mark that recently I had an experience learning music software programs where I found it invaluable to during COVID, you know, having like online, like a video chat like this. I had one-on-one training is what I'm trying to say. So it was kind of like being with them there in person. And because it was, you know, we're in live time and they would say, click on this and I click on that and we could share screens and he could even, you know, go into my screen. So, you know, move my cursor around and stuff. So
It is a little silly of me to forget that you and I have been talking about you doing one-on-ones with the True Poker Dealer students, right? Where I don't have as much time to do that. You would be available. And so someone could actually receive one-on-one while taking the online course, which makes it not just online. I've had an enormous amount of success doing one-on-ones with people. The process that I've used that Nancy will also use is you do a one-on-one video with somebody. They do an audition. So I dictate the action for them, which is what you'll do with them as well, and tell them, all right, we're going to start with 1 2 no limit, treat it like an audition, basically. Give them the rules of what the audition expects, and you talk them through what to do, tell what each player's action is and all that stuff. So that's what I do with somebody. And then I pause them anytime that something needs to be adjusted, and I tell them how to do it, or I'll show them how to do it at my house on a table or a piece of felt with chips and all that stuff. And then, at the end of it, you've recorded this whole video of this audition, and then you send it to them at the end, and they have an opportunity to go back to it, look at the video, watch it again, and stop the tape anytime I did a correction to them. And then they go train that habit until it's a habit. Then they go on to the next one. And by the time they're done, they've fixed about 15 to 20 things that really clean them up for an audition. And I've had so many people pass auditions just on that 1 hour and 15-minute process with me. And, Nancy is going to be doing that too. And we'll share more details about that as that comes out. But yeah, that's a really good point. Like, I love telling people you can learn to deal poker with my course online. And I also love telling people, if you feel like you want to learn in a school, go learn in a school. But you can totally do it for way less money if you just like buy the course for a month or two for me online, which it's $50 a month for the Texas Hold'em. And then just buy one session for like 1 hour and 15 minutes or something. You'll be able to get everything you need most likely out of it.
And
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, and I just really appreciated and I was telling Mark, I had this like support system where as I was working or learning a new skill or software program, I really needed that support system to, as I was in the flow, say, of creating something and I was stuck. And it was either I was going to get past that stuck point or my workflow was just going to stop. And I was just blessed, right, with this support system of if I got stuck on something or a technical issue or just something I didn't know how to do, I could just message someone. And there was always like somebody there at any given time who would get back to me right away and help me with that issue. And then I could continue on with my workflow. So I just, that's what I'm excited to make myself available for now, because I know how valuable that was for me. But I just want to be here for everyone that, I'm here. And if you need help, even if it's a 1-minute question or whatever it is, but to get you so that you can continue on with your workflow and not feel stuck and not feel like you have to stop for the rest of the day or something. I just want to be of service. So I hope I can help.
Well, that is incredibly valuable, and you've mentioned that that's part of your intent for being able to help. And I get emails, and I try to be pretty quick in my response to the emails that I get, but I'm not always perfect at it. And I'm very appreciative that I have met you and that we can build something where the people that are learning online have more access to experience and in a timely fashion, because it does suck to get stuck on something, right? When you're learning to deal poker, most of the time you can write a note for yourself for questions that you have, and then you ask those questions and then you go back to it. But it's not always the case. Like if you're trying to learn how to shuffle and it's not working for you or something like that. That's actually why I do the live streams too. Like I try to be here so that people they know that they can find me on here, but even that's when it's convenient for me, not when it's convenient for you, right? Mm-hmm. You as in the person that's watching that, you, Nancy. Let's see. Free training at your current school. Which country do you live in? Cool. Hello, I joined late on an audition. Would it be a bad look to ask the room a day in advance what game you can expect, or would you advise against that and be ready for any and all? Just ask them. You could totally say like, yeah. Hey, any insight into the audition, what it's like, what I should focus on? Because they know that you can't learn start to finish how to deal in a day. Like either you're going to pass or you're not. And if you just give yourself a little more focus for what you're going to work on, that's fine. Generally speaking, an audition is not going to expect that you know their way. Like when I'm this isn't true for everybody. Some places tell you what to do, but when I'm auditioning people, I tell them what rake are you used to taking, and they tell me, and I say, okay, just do that for the audition, because it's an audition. I'm just seeing if you can deal. I'm not seeing if you can deal my way. But some places do require you to do it a specific way, and if that's the case, it is nice to know that in advance, right? Because then you can at least, like, taking a rake on 10% on the sixes. If you've never done that before, that can actually throw you off in an audition. So if there's any details like that you got to get right for an audition, it is good to know about that in advance. And they're usually pretty nice about it. Nobody's trying to trick you. Like, it's hard enough to deal as it is. Like if you don't need to know Badugi or something like that, you don't need to go into the audition being ready to deal that, you know? Like if they tell you the only things we're gonna audition on are Omaha or like Pot Limit Omaha and No Limit Texas Hold'em, then that's just helping everybody.
Yeah, they're usually, my experience is they're usually happy to tell you, be expected to deal certain things, and it's usually right stud, Omaha, Hold'em, right? That not Badoogie, but AC no. It would be funny though.
For the World Series, they pick one mix game, one stud game, and one flop game for you to do according to what it has said. And so you got to sort of know all of them, but you could get lucky and not get one of the challenging ones. But generally speaking, even stud nowadays is less common in the audition. It's mostly just Omaha and Hold'em, and sometimes a stud variant. Some interesting back and forth. I'm just putting it up on the screen as I go through it. Complaining about the software. I mean, that's your right. I'm happy to read it. I don't know what it looks like.
Oh, all these people from London are here.
Yeah, it's really cool. One of my favorite things about doing this is I get people from all over the place. I thought everybody is from the US in here. No, not on my channel, my friend. Not on my channel. SL says, hello, I joined late. But on topic of auditions. It's funny, it turned into button. Would you advise against asking your room a day in advance? Wait, didn't I just read this?
Again?
Yeah, so
it's okay. Ask them. You can ask
yeah,
them.
it's totally fine. Did I already ask that? Anyway, what's your hands per hour? I don't know my hands per hour. Above average is my answer. What about you, Nancy? I've never actually calculated my hands per hour. I just know that like the sometimes there are some tables that I deal that the players complain that they're not tipping as much, and I still feel like I do decently well because I get a decent number of hands out at those tables.
Well, the question is how many hands we deal an hour, right?
Mm-hmm. No, but this is they're asking us personally what our speed is.
The money or how many hands?
Hands.
Right, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Well, it depends how fast the players too, right? Like how fast the game is going.
Well, yeah. So the question is sort of implying that. Yeah, the question is implying that, like, across universally, hands per hour.
What do you think, like 40 an hour, around 40?
Well, it depends, right? So the average is probably 15 per half hour, so 30 an hour. I believe, and you're supposed to count it when a flop comes out. Some places count it if you take a rake because they have Bravo actually doing it, and there's a sensor in there that tracks it every time the rake goes down the rake slide.
So average like 30 an hour.
No, well, that's what the average is for typical dealers that are considered to be acceptable, I think.
But Mark doesn't believe me when I said, what was it, that I dealt 8 hands?
There's no way that you dealt 8 hands in 1 minute. There's just no way. That's a 0% chance. You're mixing something up when you said that the other day.
But there's like a story.
Yeah, no, I believe that it was probably in 5 minutes. You probably had 5 minutes to go. You got 8 hands out. I do. No. Yeah, there's no chance that it was 8 hands in 1 minute. What's that?
2 minutes max. Because the clock was counting down for the high hand. This was a high hand story, guys.
Hold on, let me think if you could do 2 hands in 120 seconds. I mean, at the absolute fastest, if you're at a 9-handed game, we'll say 8-handed to make it slightly easier for you. How fast do you think you could get from the end of one hand to all the cards pitched out?
The end of one hand.
Yeah. So so all the cards pitched out.
Yeah, a few seconds.
How many seconds could you have 16 cards pitched out in?
A few seconds.
Hold on. I'm guessing this wasn't hand shuffle, right?
There had to be a card shuffler. That particular instance, yeah.
Okay, yeah. But now that was a trick question because a card shuffler still has a limit in speed. Right.
And
Yeah. So you would
sometimes
have been,
we
according to
shuffle
the
it.
speed that you're talking about, you would be hand shuffling some of these if you're going that
Yeah,
fast.
sometimes we beat the shuffler, guys. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes we're going so
Yeah.
fast, like when we're trying to get a high hand or something, and all the players, and it's like a 2-4 limit game, and all the players are like, cold, blah, 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 and they're throwing their cards in, furiously. But yeah, sometimes we beat the shuffler. I'm sure, Mark, you've come across that a lot too, where, yeah, the hand's over and the shuffler's still shuffling. You have to hand shuffle. Yeah. So it's probably a
I still can't allow you to imply that
8
you
hands in a
dealt 8
minute.
hands in 1 minute. There's 0% chance that that happened. I'm calculating in my head if 2 minutes is possible. I'm leaning heavily toward no. 3 minutes starts to become more possible. I am familiar with the insane speed that the players play, but they all still have to look at their hands and all that stuff. Like there's just there's yeah, there's just no way that you even did 8 hands in 2 minutes. It's impossible.
I haven't thought about it.
Yeah.
I haven't
Not
rethought it.
not on this channel. You're not saying that on this channel. It's
Yeah,
not
I'll get
possible.
to the bottom of it though.
Yeah, find out. I mean, I don't know how you'd find out, but sure. Let's see. Um, Nonetheless, just to be clear, we're talking about during a big high hand promotion at the end of one of the high hand periods when all the players are interested in going as fast as possible. There's this weird thing that can happen. I've seen it in Florida before where you get like super speed playing and dealing. That said, there's still a limit to how fast you can go. Let me see. Samuel says, I'm ready to travel and learn languages and everything. You know, it's my little dream. Cool.
Nice.
Um, it's a job that can certainly take you around the world. Oh, yeah.
Right on. Right
Second
on.
part to my question, or do rooms pick at random what game you get when it's your turn to audition? There's no like universal bag that you pull something out of a bag and this is what today's audition is. The people that do the auditions have their own way of doing it. Is like there's not a place where you go to school and you learn how to do an audition and then that's what you do. It's whatever makes sense to you in order to evaluate whether somebody can deal. So unfortunately, there's not a universal answer, which is part of why it does make sense to go and find out, hey, what are your auditions like in your room? It's totally fine to ask that.
Mm-hmm.
My auditions, me personally, I'll give them a hand of like 1-2 no limit, a hand of 2-5 no limit, a hand of PLO, possibly stud if it's in the room. I will tailor it to whatever games we're spreading. If they have to deal limit Omaha high low, I will have them deal a hand of that. If they have to deal limit Texas Hold'em in my room, I'll have them deal a hand of that. Or I might just have them grind it at PLO, and if they can do that, they get the job, right? Because then I can teach them anything that they don't know.
Mm-hmm.
There's all these different. It's not a simple, straightforward answer. It also depends on like the nature of the place where you're doing it. Sometimes, um, people sue poker rooms if they feel like someone was hired unfairly. So in a place like that, I would have a more uniform audition where I keep very detailed notes of every single person so that I can defend any hire or any not hire. There are complicated dynamics that come from that as well at times. But that's just me. It's different everywhere. You're welcome. Okay, thanks. That answers both my questions. I think people deal closer to 20 to 25 at my place. Strange. So 20 to 25 is better. I said the wrong thing. 15 is not average. 15 is like minimally acceptable is really what I meant to say. And yeah, I'm usually dealing 20 hands an hour, but like if you were to go to California and you were to deal in the limit games, like the 3-6 and 4-8 limit room that they have out there where there's lots of that stuff, the hands go a lot quicker. It just depends. It's like Nancy was saying, it depends how the players play. All right, we're gonna try to wrap it up now because I'm very fatigued at this point, and I don't know how you're not more fatigued. At least you're showing up as not fatigued. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Your background, Mark, going to be there in May. Any Vegas poker rooms you like best, or would recommend? It's been a few years since I was out there last. I haven't been out to Vegas to play poker that much recently. I mean, for me, people talk positively about the Wynn. They talk positively about Aria. The Bellagio and Caesars are sort of like known. Red Rock has apparently had a boost at times recently, from what I've been told. but I don't have any firsthand experience knowing what the Vegas poker scene is right now. But I do appreciate that question. Anybody else can answer it if you guys happen to know.
Win
Nancy, I'm going to say,
Aria Venetian.
oh, the Venetian. I forgot that. Yeah, the Venetian
Aria
is definitely one.
Venetian. Are my
Well,
favorites.
and
My three
di-
favorites.
different poker rooms also, like they'll push at different times too. Like MGM sometimes will have action. Just like it depends on what's going on at the room. If there's a tournament series there or something like that, then they have more action otherwise. But
Some are smokier than others. I don't like ones that are too smoky.
that's true. We made through the marathon. We did it.
Well, that was fun watching your live stream. I want
That
to
was
see
pretty
more.
cool, right?
What's that guy's name?
Uh, uh,
My
what
guy?
is it? Sticky
That's
Bush?
my guy. I'm gonna join the next Texas Card House live stream just to watch Sticky and see what Sticky's gonna do next.
Let's see. Sticky Bush right here. These flop middle pair. You know they're taking him. JD's gonna take him to Value Town. I don't know that he plays all the time, but by the way, also I have a transparent shirt on, and I've sort of enjoyed that this whole time. No one said anything. I was curious if anyone was gonna say. You can actually see the background through my shirt the whole time, and I enjoyed that. Thank you so much, Nancy, for being here this whole
Thanks
time. This has
everybody.
been
Thanks
quite the
everybody for
session.
watching.
Yeah, absolutely. I always say I love spending time with the people on this channel. So thank you guys for being here. And there was really, really good questions and comments in the chat today. You guys are awesome. Appreciate all of you, and see you guys next time.